Yeah, it looks like we're working. Is the audio muted? No, it's not. I just can't hear anything. That's gonna be annoying. I forgot to plug my headphones in before. Wow. I forgot to plug my headphones in before I started OBS. So now all of my audio is broken. I have to go through and I have to refresh everything. I think it's interesting you can share Twitch to Reddit. Like that's an option that you have. It's an interesting one. I've seen it before, I just haven't thought about it. Incoming ad break. Oh, it already happened. I didn't even hear it. That's so sad. This really exciting this screen. Talking to Tacky. Not really talking to Tacky. Let's see. Who's 070 Shake? American rapper. I don't know who that is. American rapper. I gotta refresh all of my audio things. Every single one of them has to be refreshed now because I didn't plug my headphones in to go in and I have to change every single one of these. Nice. Gonna go into settings, gonna go into audio. Oh cool, it did keep my monitoring device. That's nice. It didn't make me refresh that. Cool. Anyway, yeah, we're gonna do some Fatal 12. I thought about it, I was like, man, I kinda wanna play Fatal 12. And then I was like, man, I should play it. I don't know. Oh, it popped up. Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah, right, because I have a dedicated get the audio in here. I have a dedicated frame now for Fatal 12. It took over our full screen games because Fatal 12 hates me and will only let me capture it if I play it in window mode. Also, can you? Right, it also does a weird thing where you can't see my mouse. I can have the game open and I can select things, but you won't be able to see my cursor unless I'm tabbed into the game. I can still hover over the game because it's in windowed mode. That's such a weird game. Like, it doesn't even have an option for me to make the window bigger. It just has window or full screen. Those are the only options. Like, it doesn't even give me the opportunity to do, like, full screen windowed, like a windowed full screen. Just, like, make the window bigger. Like, I can't resize the window at all. I can't do anything with it. I can either minimize it or close it. I can't do anything. I've never seen anything like that before. Yeah. The music here isn't that bad. I don't know. I've been thinking of like, we'll hit continue because I want to have the game menu open. I have no idea. We can't be that far along because like we're in week 5, and I assume all of these will get filled. Also, isn't it supposed to be 12 weeks? So we're maybe halfway through. Um, but I don't know. I can't tell if we're like the game is progressing or not progressing. Like we know almost every single person on here. Technically, I think we know everyone except for one. I don't know who number 9 is. I have no idea who 9 is, unless 9 is the old guy. But I think the old guy is number 5. Let me get a Rika here. Rika? That's not her name. Rika's the girl from Gridman. But no, we know. I think we've seen everybody except not, or yeah, 9. Because I'm pretty sure the old guy is 5. The old guy is with 4. She was also the girl that was on the train when she blew it up. Her main goal was to blow up and then act like she didn't know nobody, and that is what she did. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like we don't have a lot of people left. We got Rinka, we have Mihadu, we have Federico, we have Girl, we have Alan, we have Odette, we have the old man, and we have number 9. So actually quite a lot, considering there are only 4 of the 12 that are gone. But I don't even know if we've even seen somebody who could be number 9. I don't know. It just feels like we haven't really gotten anywhere. I don't know. I feel like we haven't really like learned anything or like really progressed in the story in a strange way. I don't know what it is. It just doesn't feel like we've gotten anywhere. Anyway, already morning. I slept so soundly last night that I didn't even dream. She didn't dream of electric sheep or any sheep. Dreams. Hard to believe such a concept has taken on a whole new meaning for me. I'd never considered the possibility of a whole other world existing within our dreams. It's like a 31st piece. I always thought that was funny. The premise of that is so funny. He's like, when I was young, I had a dream that there were all these people that I could talk to, and they played a game I'd never seen before. They had little figures on a board, and everything was determined by the roll of a die. And then it was just like I've never seen such a revolutionary and interesting concept for a game before. And I was like, this man's never heard of D&D. Bro's never heard of D&D. It was so funny. It was so very clearly like Dungeons and Dragons or maybe some other like tabletop. But he was just like, I've never heard of such a game with such a concept. Not to mention a goddess like Parka coming along and connecting me with others through said world. I mean, who could imagine meeting complete strangers within your own dream? I mean, I guess that depends on what you mean by meeting, because I feel like a lot of people meet strangers in their dreams. Well, actually, I don't know. Is it possible to dream of a stranger? I feel like it's possible to dream of a stranger, right? People see strangers in their dreams, right? That's a thing. I don't know why you couldn't. It'd be a romanticized situation if this were a shoujo manga, I'm sure. Unfortunately, I'm not in a shoujo manga, even though I like to read them. I cast my mind back to the other participants' appearances. That'd be really funny if she like midway through this she got oh that could be a great spin. Imagine a Fatal 12 spin-off where every time these people die in divine selection and their deaths get undone and they end up dying again. Imagine they all get reincarnated or they all get like transmigrated. Well, they wouldn't be transmigrated. I guess they'd get reincarnated into um like a Rofan. That'd be really funny. That would be so funny. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if like after they died, they all got sent to like the same Rofan, a la like what was it? Uh uh Kenja no Deshi, was it Kenja no Deshi? I think that's what it was, right? Let me check. Yeah, Kenja. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, Kenja no Deshi. Yeah, they have an anime for that. I didn't know that. I gotta finish reading that. Maybe I should watch it. I don't know. I feel like the anime is not gonna be that good. I see like the animation of her. Well, technically it's the guy, and he got his free cosmetic kit, and so he was like, you know what? Instead of role playing being an old man, I'm gonna make myself an anime girl. And then he made himself an anime girl, and then he got isekai'd into the game, and he was stuck as an anime girl, and he's like, no, I'm stuck as an anime girl now. Basically Cagliostro. Basically Cagliostro. Looks just like Cagliostro, actually. Pretty much Cagliostro. But can you imagine Mystery Girl and Sonia and Kombucha and Rochan Ho and all these other people getting like isekai'd? That'd be really funny. I cast my mind back to the other participants' appearances. That's when I remember something crucial. One's an old man, and I hate old men. I'm Rinka ageist Suzumiya, whatever her name is. What's her name? Shishimai. Naomi's message from yesterday springs to mind. She said that there's definitely something suspicious about that girl and where she's staying. It's not just any old man either. He's Japanese. That man is numeral 5. I might be on for something. Actually, I should have caught on right away. There's still plenty of time before I need to be at school. I want to try something. She's gonna go reenact her favorite movie, 5 for 5 Deda. My decision made, I make my way to the old man's house. Oh, so we have Lion House and Old Man's House. Fortunately, I make it all the way without getting lost. It's a pretty tricky route after all, but jotting down the address yesterday turned out to be worth it. But I probably would have been fine without it, considering I've somehow managed to memorize the route. This is it. She doesn't say it like, Rainy Kaido. I need to make sure, I make sure to keep some distance away to avoid looking suspicious. It may be early in the morning, but people are still passing through. Instead, I crouch behind the bushes like a sane person. Once the area empties out, I check inside his mailbox. I feel pretty bad about doing this, but it's necessary. There are a slew of letters in here, definitely more than a day's worth. Is she gonna commit a felony? Most of them are from debt collectors. Not just from one collection agency either. There are multiple different senders. I ignore all that, grab a random letter, and remove it from the box. She's committing a felony! This is a jailable offense, Rinka. I want to see to whom it's addressed, of course. Ushizuka Shigetsugu. That has to be the name of the old man living here. After all, there'd never be another name printed on here. Just to make sure, I check a few other letters as well. They all cite the same name. All that's left is to the glimpse of his face. I consider waiting for him to leave the house, but I need to remain mindful of time. As important as this is, I still have school. Helps that I'm probably the safest there, the two. Just as I decide to stick around for as long as I can, I notice 2 figures in the distance. 2 figures that I recognize even. One male, the other female. Both are foreigners, and tall. One of them is really loud, and he kinda sounds like, "Hey, I'm walking in." It's them! There's still plenty of distance between us, so I can't make out their faces. Not that I need to. I can tell it's them based on their silhouettes. That's profiling, Rinka. Not only are they participants, but they're also the most dangerous duo by far. Numerals 3 and 11. Federico Carminati and his partner. He is tall. Dang, bro! She's also really tall. I also really like the way they framed this. Of like, they like framed this to be like normal, like generic visual novel where everyone's head is around here, like the tops of their heads. And it's really framed in a really funny way now, because it makes them look giant. Like, they're kind of framed in a way that, like, they're all standing, like, a bit away. Like, when Rinka's here, she's standing a bit away from the house. The way that they put their sprites in here, these people look like they're, like, 10 feet tall. It's so funny. I think this is the most we've ever seen of Odette, too. Like, the most we've ever actually seen of her model, because of how, like, raised up they are. Her clothes look very bizarre. They look kind of uncomfortable, too. I bet, does she have, like, fake sleeve things here? It'd be really funny if these weren't connected and these were, like, elbow warmers. But I assume there's, like, a tiny bit of fabric that connects right here. Also, why does it go up like this? Are her abs just that strong? Conversely, I never knew how tall this man was. He never seemed this big. I'll be honest. He never seemed this tall. I knew Odette was tall because they keep talking about how she's tall. But I never knew he was this big. He's so lanky. I instinctively duck for cover. Cover! I hardly know her. They have to be targeting the girl. Either that or they're looking into the relationship between her and the old man, just as I am. Assuming he turns out to be a participant, it's likely they've tracked him down to here. Numeral 11 is carrying a notepad. I assume she's gotten a hold of his address somehow. In that case, they must be coming for him instead of the girl. After all, she wouldn't be listed as living here. Maybe she's one of the debt collectors. Just as I'm deciding whether to stick around or head to school, the front door gets propped ajar. Noticing this, the duo duck into a nearby alley. From what I can tell, numeral 11 is the one who prompts them to do so. That surprises me. She seems like the kind of person to leap in when the opportunity presents itself, so I don't expect her to tread carefully. Both the girl and the old man are likely aware of the situation they've put themselves in, so it's only natural for them to scout out their surroundings before they leave the house. Deciding that the coast is clear, the door swings open. That's... Light pours out of my bag all of a sudden. The moment that the old man steps out in front of the house, in fact. That's to make him certain that he is Ushizuka Shigetsugu. His appearance matches what I saw in the dream world, a tenacious-looking old man. I got the impression that he was a shut-in of sorts, but his current attire of a sweater and loose pants says the opposite. Numeral 11 and Federico remain hidden for some reason. Regardless, I've confirmed that Ushizuka's a bona fide participant, a bona fide. It's safe to say that I'm putting myself in danger if I stay any longer. As such, I slink back to the station, taking care not to bump into any of the others. Yeah. Ushizuka Sugetsugu is a Nick Bosa participant. I don't know, maybe I should give Odette that voice. And go, yeah, see, looks like we ran on the money. I whisper to Odette when the old-timer leaves his house. Wait, no, that's not. I'm walking in. I think it'd be really funny if we gave them those two voices, because that's not really what they sound like at all. Especially not Odette. I mean, maybe you could make an argument that Federico kind of talks like that, but Odette definitely doesn't. Also, isn't she supposed to be French? She's dumbass. She may have whispered, but she also slams her foot down on mine. Gotta admit, she's uncharacteristically cautious at times like this. You'd think someone massive like her would charge right in, but nope. She even keeps us a fair distance from the house to ensure we aren't seen. Maybe this guy's secretly like John Wick or something. Granted, putting this much distance between us means she gets that her massive body doesn't lend itself to stealth. Enough about her. Let me recall how we ended up here in the first place. Me and Odette had a talk about who to target after the third election, where that crazy thin Japanese lady got eliminated. Oh, they're probably talking about Kombuka. Odette's intuition played a big part in us targeting Ro, so we still hadn't made use of the cards that we were dealt in the beginning. Knowing that there'd be a name or two among those initial cards, we decided to go after whoever was in my set. Normally I'd be against showing off my cards, but Odette told me which card she'd taken from Ro immediately afterwards, so... Well, not like she chose to do that without planning to get something in return. Turns out I had that Russian kid's name card, Sophia something something. The kid had been through some rough stuff, but that ain't any of my concern. They took her parents hostage and Odette got her to spill her life story. Thing is, she implied that she had one of Odette's cards. Not only that, but Odette decided to give her some time to screw around. Time to let her get over her regret, really. Can't say why she did it, but there ain't no point in trying to get into that woman's head. I wouldn't have been able to learn much about Sophia with just her name, so I decided not to complain. Had things gone according to plan, Odette would have eliminated Sophia, but that Miharu broad went up there. Make no mistake, Odette ain't the type to let something like that slow her down. We're the same in that regard. I wonder, we don't know what that card is, do we? No. We don't have any information on that, right? Why didn't we ever get Sophia's regret, her cause of death from sickness? I feel like we knew. Why didn't we ever get that card? 9 is a gold medal, so we have no information about who 9 is. We know that... Wait, why do we know that he has Miharu's card? How do we know that? Oh wait, no. That's because Miharu revealed that card to everybody. Yeah, I was gonna say, how do we know that he has that? So we don't know anything about 9. You know, absolutely nothing. I think the only thing we know is gold medal. I don't think anyone else has any information about 9. Maybe she did, and maybe Ro did, but we don't know anything about 9 other than gold medal, which means it has to be an athlete, right? Maybe I'm gonna say probably I mean, obviously it would have to be either an Olympian or maybe a national athlete. So gold medal. I mean, I guess it could be something else. It could be something like racing. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's probably an Olympic sport or something like skating or like triathlon or skiing or archery or something, or like a track and field thing. We're the same in that regard. Plenty of things went awry for me back in Italy, but I never took issue with it. In fact, those situations are when people expose their worst side. You gotta make the most of that. Well, maybe she's Italian too, actually, thinking about it. Odette? Wherever her name is. Odette Malencon? I don't know. Maybe she is, French. I don't know. They never really got into that. They just worked together. Just like I said in the Court of Fate, 2 of the 3 cards dealt to me at the beginning belong to participants that have already been eliminated. Next up is numeral 5, Ushizuka Shigetsugu. Oh, Shigetsugu. Odette had his name card, so we used it to dig up dirt on him, and here we are.
M. Sophistopheles.
Hey, Space Cadet, get it together. We're heading back. The hell? You're saying we can't just jump the old geezer and make him squeal, see? That or we could break into his house while he's gone. You sure enough oxygen's reaching that brain of yours up in space? Ain't no one crazy enough to do that this time of day. Not unless they want to be caught and reported to police. Don't forget, this is a residential district. We can't go wild. That's not her voice at all. We can't go wild like with Sophia and Ro. We gotta come back early in the morning or late at night. Only got yourself to blame for that, yeah, see? She smashes her foot down on mine again. Guess she isn't too pleased about the implication that she's the only one that stands out. Yeah, we didn't get any worthwhile info here, did we? So you'd think, but it's easy to take a stab at how he died now that we've seen his house. Yeah, how's that rundown shack gonna help? Oh, now I see where you're going. You're on point for once. Keep going. Explain it for the audience. Figured she'd spill the beans if I acted like I caught on, but that didn't go quite as planned. Now I know not to even bother pretending. She smacks my shoulder before she continues. This is an old man we're talking about, in a country that's become known for cases of the elderly being discovered dead in their homes, no less.
日本は特に閉鎖的なコミュニティ。村社会だっつうから起こりやすいのかもしれねえな。
Knowing how insular Japan and its people can be, that's probably why it happens so often.
腐った死体やらの清掃なんかを専門にしてる業者すらあるらしい。
Hell,
それは
apparently
いい。
they even have specialists to deal with the dead and rotten bodies, too.
てめえが話を聞いた主婦の言葉を思い出しな。
Anyway, just remember what the whoa man told you. It's as big of a hint as you can get.
まあベラベラと喋る太った主婦だったな。
Yeah, that Fanny did enjoy running her mouth. I think back to what she told me. Seems like there were rumors of him kicking the bucket since he rarely left the house.
ガシか。しかしいくら孤立したジジイでも先進国でガシはないんじゃないか。金の補助は国から受けてたんだろうし。
Yeah, starvation, huh? You think that's it? Insular as Japan may be, it's a developed country. Wouldn't you have gotten retirement or unemployment benefits or something?
そうでもないさ。あの主婦はジジイが腰を痛めてることも話してただろ。
Under normal circumstances, maybe. The woman did mention... Oh, what? The woman did mention? The woman did mention that he had a bad back, right? Yeah, that's right, she did. Don't know why she remembers more of the stuff than me when I was the one who talked to the woman.
ひどい腰痛ってのは自力で動けなくなることがある。私が船に乗ってた時にもそうなっちまった乗組員はいた。
Don't underestimate lower back pain. A shipmate of mine suffered from it once. They couldn't bring themselves to move an inch. Don't underestimate upper back pain either.
ジジイが家で突然そのレベルの腰痛に襲われたとしよう。元から患ってたんなら突発ではねえけど。とにかく。
So let's assume the geezer got hit by it out of nowhere. Well, ignoring the fact that it wouldn't have been sudden if he'd been suffering it from it before, but...
孤立しているから助けを求められない。近所の連中もジジイが家から出てこないのは慣れっこだから気にしない。金だけもらって介護を受けてるわけじゃねえから短期間じゃ訪問もねえ。
Should I make her sound like Arthur from Red Dead? Ah, he ain't got no one left to help. He don't got no one to call for help. Everyone's used to him staying inside, so they wouldn't bat an eyelid. Not like he's getting direct care from the government, just disability benefits. So no one there's gonna come check on him.
人間は7日飯を食えなかったら、あるいは3日水が飲めなければ死ぬんだ。私はよく知ってる。
All it takes is a week without food or 3 days without water for someone to croak. Trust me, I don't know about that week without food one. I can tell she's serious by the tone of her voice. Knowing what she's been involved in, I wouldn't be surprised if her crew had come close to starvation at some point. That, or she'd seen it happen to one of her shipmates before.
重度の腰痛で動けなくなっちまい、助けも呼べず、そのままガチ。か。ありえない話じゃないと思うが、そんな早く。
Whoa? That was not the whoa I thought he was gonna say. Yeah, so basically he starved to death after suffering some crazy back pain, all because no one was there to help him. Yeah. It's possible, I see, but would it really happen that quick? Whoa! A familiar light emanates from my book. The light that a new card's been made. The same thing happens for Odette, too. Odette Beckham Jr. When she notices, she can't help but grin. It's honestly sickening just how good she is at this. Maybe she is an ace detective. That's not the thing, but whatever. Yeah, even so, he seemed well enough when he left just now. Same for that Russian kid. Guess any participants with obvious symptoms are cured of them during divine selection. You see?
てめえの予想の通りだろうな。肉体の状態はどこかの時点まで戻されるって考えた方が良さそうだ。
You're probably right on the right track there. Chances are, everyone's physical condition gets reverted to a time when they were healthy. She nods in reaffirmation after repeating what I say. I half expected her to say she doesn't care, so it takes me by surprise. Her expression reverts to its usual state, and then she turns around.
ほら
See,
よ
see, see, see.
十分収穫はあったいい
They're
加減戻
discussing
る
a
ぞ
murder, Pando. Please, have some tact. Alright, we got enough info for today. Let's head back. We head back the way we came, making sure not to get spotted by Ushizuka. 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 Unbeknownst to Rinka, a LAN has been tailing her for the past few days. It brings him to the residential district where Ushizuka Shigetsugu, whose name he has yet to learn, leaves. What's more, he has learned the whereabouts of both her school and Lion House. Seeing that she's making her way to school after obtaining the elderly man's name card, he chooses to stop tailing her for the time being. He closes his eyes and recalls her figure.
リンカ
Rinka. I don't remember what voice we gave him. Maybe I'll make him sound like a vampire. Eliminating her would prove a simple task, were he to actively focus on it. Luckily, she has plot armor, and that's not going to happen. However, a number of reasons prevent him from doing so. The first is her relationship with numeral 2, Miharu. She may have gone to lengths to make it seem like they had a falling out, but Alan witnessed them being friendly at Lionhouse. It confirmed to him that they are still cooperating. One cannot target Shishimai Rinko without first dealing with Hebinada Miharu. Alan has no idea which card she was dealt at the beginning either, which is the main reason for his hesitation in getting involved with her. Her actions during the previous elections show that she cannot be underestimated. She may have eliminated a girl far younger than herself, but she went head-to-head with numeral 11 to obtain election rights. The biggest reason of all, however, is that Alan has found himself under some suspicion from Japan's police. His recklessness while obtaining kombucha cake's information has landed him in a tight spot. He made sure to scout out the positions of each camera in the hospital and cut off those he couldn't avoid, but something unexpected happened. He somehow ended up on the list of suspects responsible for the attack on the hospital. Under normal circumstances, he would use illegal means to ensure that he would not be arrested, but his current situation does not allow for that. Instead, he must pursue legal means, especially because he holds far less influence in Japan than back in India, where his company is based. He may have some leeway, but now is no time to flex those muscles. After all, he doesn't have a license for a gun show. Valid as these reasons are, Alan is simply using them as a means to distract himself from the reality of the matter. There's a far simpler reason besides his choice not to pursue Rinka, one that he had noticed earlier. The look in her eyes, it reminded him of himself. Not only does she lack his amassed fortune, she is also nowhere near as physically imposing, and yet, somehow, her eyes burned with a determination matching his own, and thus was the start of 50 Shades of 12.
それよりも
More importantly, Alan has the chance to learn the old man's name the same way Rinka did, but he opts not to. To be more accurate, he can't. This is thanks to his spotting a particular duo keeping their eye on the old man's home. Numerals 3 and 11. Alan arrived after Rinka's departure, so they likely had no idea she was also there.
11番の女は確か5番氏名を取得していたな
I like how he's like monologuing to himself. He's not talking to anyone, he's just monologuing to himself. Numeral 11 is in possession of numeral 5's name card, the 5 recall. That was more than enough reason to understand why she was here. With sufficient connections at one's disposal, learning where someone lives based on their name alone is a simple feat. What surprises Alan is the fact that someone like her would cooperate with numeral 3, who does not have simple feet. His feet are quite complex. He reckons that he wears a size 11.5. The sheer stupidity he displayed in the Court of Fate had Alan convinced that he could be left for later, but that was no longer the case if he's with numeral 11. It may not seem like it, but Alan has respect for those who have eliminated other participants. Only 2 people have earned his respect thus far. One is Miharu. I was trying to think of something funny I could do with her name and it wasn't happening. And the other is numeral 11. Alan can also tell that the latter is no ordinary person. One glance was all he needed to understand her background and the deed in which she'd been involved. He'd been profiling her, just like he'd been profiling Rinka. Based on what he's seen, she seems to have the upper hand with numeral 3.
男の方は手足か、あるいは鉄砲玉といったところか。
He must be her foot soldier of sorts.
まあいい。今すべきは。
Regardless, I now know what must be done. His target switches from the old man to those two. Keeping an eye on them will likely lead to him getting his hands on numeral 5's information without much effort. Not only that, but discovering where they're based now, while unaware of his plans, will give him the advantage down the line. That may be enough to make up for the disadvantage his celebrity status gives him. He begins to tail the two, taking extra care not to be noticed. Dun dun dun. Soon after, Alan returns to the residential district. His attempt to tail them hasn't ended as well as hoped. Not from being noticed, though. Alan trusts himself to not slip up when it comes to that. However, those two must have unconsciously taken a path to shake any potential pursuers. It eventually led him to him losing sight of them.
やはりあの女が優先か。
My priority should lie with numeral 11. He mutters to himself, so as not to stand out. He then makes his way back to his own base of operations, walking fast, faces past, and he's base-bound. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. The time has come for him to finally take action. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. And he goes back. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. And he plots things. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. And now he wonders. After a long day, I finally have some time to relax in my room. Nothing noteworthy has happened beyond this morning's events. Although I guess the fact that my class has finally gotten around to prepping for the culture festival counts as noteworthy. Sounds like they're moving forward with the fortune teller idea. The one in charge will essentially prepare a bunch of fortune-telling methods and use them on whoever stops by. They've gone with this plan because the one in charge wants to test out these so-called methods. Fortune-telling, reading one's fate. Funny how they've turned up with that after the things I've experienced. At least I'm not involved in the plans of being asked for my opinion. They're just gonna ask me and Miharu to help on the day off. Help the day of. Mao, on the other hand, seems fascinated by the whole thing. She'll be helping to prep it, as well as work longer than we will during the festival.
真面目な顔して思わせぶりなこと言っておけばいいんだよね。うち得意な気がする。
All I gotta do is act serious and mutter some cryptic stuff. That's like right up my alley. Just what you would expect to hear from her. I wonder if they'll manage to finish everything on time, since the Culture Festival is in 2 weeks. I bet we're the only class this far behind schedule. I already feel exhausted and it's barely 10 p.m. Well, it makes sense considering I left the house so early this morning. Ushizuka Shigetsugu. I repeat the elderly man's name in my head to make sure I don't forget it. Now I have to find out his cause of death and regret, but I'm not quite sure how to go about it. I'm still curious about that girl staying with him too. Well, I do have her cause of death card. All I know is the fire is involved, nothing else. That's probably the biggest issue with the cards dealt to us at the beginning.
問題はここからどうすればいいかだね。
First things first, I got a plan what to do moving forward. As if things aren't difficult. I've got Federico and numeral 11 to worry about as well. Things may have gone well enough yesterday and today, but that doesn't mean I'm a pro when it comes to tailing people and such. It's entirely possible that I'll mess up at some point and get myself stuck in a tight spot. Regardless, I can't sit back and let those two get the upper hand. One option is to throw caution to the wind and approach Ushizuka directly, but that's too risky. Numeral 11 would likely end up adding me to her list of targets alongside him and the girl if I did that. I try searching Ushizuka Shigetsugu on the internet, but I don't get any relevant results. Getting info on him without putting myself out there seems tricky. I can't just waltz over to City Hall and ask for his family register when I'm completely unrelated to him either. That's why I'm going to approach things from a different angle. I do have an advantage over that duo. A majority of the participants, myself included, are from Japan. Plus, most are located near Shinjuku, an area rich with schoolgirls, just like me. I thought for a second, I thought she was going to say an area with rich schoolgirls just like me. That's not what she said. It keeps me from standing out in most situations, which is advantageous. Is she gonna dye her hair and put on a disguise? The only issue is that the sole approach I can think of involves questioning the locals near his residence. Actually, that might not be too bad of an idea. I did shuffle over there pretty early this morning, so there weren't many people around. It's probably why those two showed up when they did too. They aimed for a time when few people would be around.
私なら人が多い時間でも
But as for me, oh, but that's not her voice. But as for me, I don't have to worry about standing out, aside from my peanut butter hair. It's hardly normal to ask questions about some random old man, but hey, I'll still seem less suspicious than either of those two doing the same. If I really need to, I can even pretend to be the granddaughter of an ex-wife or something. I just need to act like Naomi did at the hospital where Cake was. I'll try going in the evening. Everyone's running around shopping around then. Not only does it give me more people to question, but I can also blend into the crowds if need be. With that sorted, I should sleep as much as possible, so I'll be ready to take action. But just as I'm about to turn off the lights, I hear a distinct meow coming from down by my feet. It's none other than Lath, our friendly little freeloading cat.
レテ
It's our Lagoo's bestie. What is it, Lath? I always make sure to feed it and have water out, so I doubt it's hungry. It doesn't respond to my question, of course. It'd be pretty freaky if it did.
私もう寝るからね
Sorry, but I'm gonna go to sleep. I want to give it some attention, but I'm a bit too tired tonight. I flick the light off and clamber into bed. Clamber, I hardly know her. Lath follows suit, which is rare. It prefers to sleep atop the covers, not under them. This little rascal has the habit of using my stomach as its pillow, too. I stroke its head for a moment before shutting my eyes and focusing on sleep. And then when she wakes up, the cat turns into a hot guy. It's amazing how warm something with such a tiny body can be. Do Rinkas dream of cat sheep? See, there's even a cat right here. See? There's a cat clock. There's a term for when one realizes they're dreaming. Lucid dreaming. Ever since Divine Selection began, I've experienced it at least once per week. Granted, I'm not quite sure that you can call what goes on in the Court of Fate a dream. Whatever, I find myself once again in a strange place, despite knowing for a fact that I went to sleep not long ago.
Yeah.
Oh, it is! It actually is him. I thought maybe the cat was this guy, and it totally is. See, I don't know what voice we gave this guy. I'm pretty sure when we first, saw him, I made him sound like this. But now he just kind of sounds like a guy. He was like, yeah. 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 Yes. What voice should we give him? He's Strange Man, but he kind of just sounds like a dude. He has no defining characteristics. He just sounds like a guy. He's just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Hey there.
お久しぶり。でもないのかな。私は人間の時間の感覚がよくわからなくてね。
I kind of want to make him sound, I don't know. I don't know. I think the problem is the voice I want to use for him really isn't a voice. It's like a speech pattern, the "Hey champ" kind of thing. But I don't think that's gonna work because that's like a speech thing. It's not really like a voice. It's more like a speech pattern. Maybe he'll. Well, I don't know. Been a while. Oh, no one's country yet, are they? Nobody's country, right? Although, maybe we want to make the old man country. I don't know. I don't know. I think we will move forward with this voice, though. I'd say it's been a while, but I'm not sure if it actually has been or not. Don't comprehend you humans' perception of time too well. I've seen this man once before. It's only now that I remember having met him in my dreams before, though.
私のことは覚えているかい？いや、今思い出したのだろうね。
Why does he look like Carrie Burt? Why does he look like Carrie Burt? I take it you remember me, or remembered me just now?
君が君の大事な記憶を忘れてしまっているように、この夢の中での出来事も忘れてしまうという必然性があるからね。
Like how you lost some of your precious memories, it's a foregone conclusion that you'll forget everything that occurs in this dream. He really is Carrie Burt. She's gonna forget everything in this dream. I want to say something, but I find myself unable to speak. He dominates the conversation.
君はコーヒーのお店をやっているそうだけれど、私は紅茶の方に興味があってね。
It may be a bit rude to say this when you run a coffee shop, but I'm actually a lot more interested in tea myself.
一度アフタヌーンティーというものを楽しみたいと思っているのだけれど。
In fact, I've been aching for some good afternoon tea for a while now.
もっともこの夢の世界では、一緒に語り合う相手がいないどころか、ティーセットというものが存在しないこと自体が残念だよ。
Alas, not only do I have no one to talk here, there aren't any tea sets to use either. Such a shame. This man knows who I am. I'm not sure how important that realization is when I'm likely to forget everything he says, though.
さて、そろそろ雑談もいいだろう。今夜はもう一つ、君の抜け落ちていた記憶が舞い戻ってきたのだからね。
Well, enough pleasantries for now. There's no time to waste on those when one of your lost memories has made its way back to you. I've come to make an announcement. Sorry.
お祝いの言葉を告げるために、わざわざ出向かせていただいたよ。
It's precisely for that reason that I made the effort to bring you here and offer my congratulations.
どんな記憶かって？おっと、君が夢の中で記憶を取り戻す前に出てきてしまったね。
Which memory, you ask? Seems I appeared before you actually recovered the memory by mistake.
やはり人間の時間の概念は難しい。一方的に流れるだけではあるのだけれど、感覚がつかみにくいよ。
Understanding your concept of time is truly a difficult task. Its flow may be linear, but the rate at which it moves always throws me off.
では、
Nice to
朝を
meet
迎え
you,
る前に少しだけ
Imsophistopheles.
君の記憶を思い出すといい。
Anyway, do take this opportunity to recall some prior events before morning comes. I'll see you soon, Rinka. Rinka Shishima. I'm standing alone in the Court of Fate. I'm on the same platform as usual, but for some reason, none of the other participants are here.
ごきげんよう。運命の奴隷となってしまった哀れな子羊様。
Oh, this is part of her weird shoulder flaps. It creates this odd divide here that makes it look like there are different sections to like her dress, but it's actually just the shadow from her like veil, or like little lace like shoulder thingies. Good evening, you poor lost lamb. I'm afraid to inform you that you have become a slave to fate. A girl dressed in all white addresses me. It's Parka. She stands in front of me, despite the fact that there's no solid surface beneath her feet. Parka Diem? I watch from a distance as both of us face one another. I conclude that this is one of my memories, since I'm able to watch myself as though I'm a third party.
命を落としてしまったあなた様の精神は今、運命をさまよってらっしゃいますわ。
Your spirit has found itself roaming the corridors of fate after your passing.
ですが、あなた様は改変された運命の中で女神の選定の参加者になっていただきます。
Okay, so I'm gonna start adding on a new thing to her voice. In addition to doing her voice, I'm gonna start adding desuwa to her things. Fear not, fate has changed its course, and thus you will become a participant in divine selection, desuwa. She begins to tell me about divine selection, desuwa. She explains all the rules. I watch myself try to get a word in every now and then, but she ignores each attempt. Everything she's explaining here is the exact same as she told us during the first election. Memories of an explanation I'd heard before. This must have taken place right after I died then. Considering the in-depth explanation she's given, it's no wonder she was unimpressed with me when I asked her about it again. Well, remembering this explanation of rules I already know is more pointless than one would expect, too.
ただし、忘れてはいけないことが一つございます。
However, do keep in mind one thing.
あなた様方12人は皆、12週間後の同じ時、同じ場所にいた可能性を持っていました。
They initially foretold that all 12 participants would gather in the same place at the same time 12 weeks from now.
一度は失われてしまった未来で到達していたはずの場所。その場所こそあなた様方の運命の終着点となりますわ。
It is a place that bears significance to all involved, even if that future has now been lost. It is what will be referred to as the final destination for your individual fates.
選定で最後の一人となられましたら、必ずその時までにその場所へ向かってくださいませ。
They're gonna go to Disneyland? Should you find yourself as the last remaining participant, please make your way to this place.
運命の終着点にたどり着いて、初めてあなたが死の運命を回避し、生き残ることができたという運命が定着いたしますわ。
Reaching the final destination will serve as proof that you are alive, no longer lost, and will thus overwrite your death for good.
もし運命の終着点にたどり着かなければ、それはその時のお楽しみということにいたしましょう。
As for what will happen should you fail to reach it, well, I would hate to spoil the surprise should that come to pass. She didn't mention a specific time or place. Instead, she placed her finger on my brow. She closed her eyes, and then her finger began to glow. She didn't need words for this part. With that touch, Parka etched the final destination into our minds. No, she saw the crash on the highway, but she couldn't do anything about it. My eyes jolt open after a night of sleep. I remember exactly what I saw in my dream. Immediately after my death, I was taken to the Court of Fate and met with Carpa Diem. She explained all the rules that I had heard during the first election. No wonder she was so unimpressed when I asked again. I'm fairly sure she told me my cause of death and regret as well, but I can't remember any of that. I remember something far more important, though.
運命の終着点。
The final destination of our individual fates. Disneyland. This was the first time I'd heard of it. Becoming the final participant alone isn't enough. I'll need to get to this place afterwards. It's a place I know quite well.
あの公園のナオミと話したあの場所。
It's the same park where I talk things out with Naomi. It's a huge park located in Shinjuku. A plaza from which you can see a clock tower-esque building in the distance is there. It's one of my favorite spots. That's where all 12 of us are meant to gather. The final destination of our individual fates.
まさかそんなことって。
I can't believe it. It's hard not to be surprised. That park is pretty close to my home. 12 weeks after Divine Selection begins, or 7 weeks from now, the weather will likely be nice, so I can't say that I wouldn't have gone for a walk there. Besides, it's also a popular tourist spot. Sonia mentioned that she had planned on coming to Japan with her family in the first place. It wouldn't be surprising if she would have gone there with them. As for the others, I'm not sure why they'd go there. But the fact remains that it's a popular spot. There are plenty of reasons to check it out. It also explains the deja vu I felt there when talking to Naomi. Parka had shown me that scenery once before. I'm not sure how to describe the sensation I experienced when she did so. I guess it'd be similar to the feeling you get when you're dreaming.
そういうことだったんだ。
Now it all makes sense. I can finally answer a number of questions that I've been asking myself. It explains why most participants are Japanese, as well as why those who aren't have gathered in Japan. Parka never did explain why that place is our final destination. Much like how she never discussed how or why divine selection exists, she probably deemed it to be unnecessary information. Either way, I managed to regain an important memory regarding the whole process, and as you know, memory is the key. By the time I finished processing this revelation, I noticed that a certain feline isn't beside me anymore. Guess it slinked off at some point while I was asleep.
まったく自由なやつだにゃ。うわ。
That cat sure knows how to pull off a disappearance at... Oh, no. I let slip an awful cat pun without even thinking about it. At least there's no one at the door. I might have gone ahead and elected myself for elimination if someone caught me saying that. Bam! Suddenly, Miharu busts through the door. Just as I start to get ready for school, I check the time and my heart nearly jumps out of my throat. I must have been in a pretty deep sleep. I woke up half an hour later than usual. Oh no, she's gonna have to put the piece of bread in her mouth and run down the city streets. And here we go again, loitering around Shizuka Shigetsugu's house. It seems like he's the kind of guy who enjoys his morning walks. He might be happy that he doesn't need to worry about his back pain, but come on, how does anyone enjoy walking the same path over and 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 over again? Whatever, the only thing we care about is that there's no one home at this time of day. We're trying to think of a way to sneak in while he's out. Oh, this is probably Federico. And when I asked Odette what we'd do inside, she gave me a quick answer. This is, we suddenly changed.
痕跡を探す。
Look for keepsakes or mementos. Not that any more needs to be said, it's pretty obvious what we'll do. We'll have to get a tattoo that says don't believe his lies. The only piece of info we're missing is his regret. Chances are he's been living here forever, based on the crappy condition of this house. That means he'll have stuff that has been sitting around for ages. That kind of stuff will point us towards his regret, most likely. So basically, we gotta find keepsakes or mementos that link to the life he's led.
だが、鍵はどうするんだ?
Oh, that's not his voice. Yeah, alright. So how are we getting in?
窓を割ればいいだろう。
Smashing the window in would do the trick. Trust her to make it even more obvious that she's about to commit a crime. Geez, ain't no way we can get away with doing that in a place like this. It's not the middle of the night either. It's still way too early in the morning. We at least avoided the morning rush, but that doesn't mean the streets are empty. I let out an exasperated sigh, loud enough for Odette to hear before offering my own suggestion.
まあいい。鍵は俺に任せてくれ。マフィアの下積み時代にピッキングの技術は覚えてるからな。
Let me handle this one. Thanks to my time in the Mafia, I know how to pick a lock or two, you see? We just gotta hope we don't have 30 locks, cause I only know how to pick 2.
ほう、意外じゃねえか。
Huh, guess you got some use after all.
最新式の鍵なんかは無理だろうがな。3分程度でいい。人が来ないかを見張っててくれ。あのじじいは孤立してるが、さすがに俺みたいなのが鍵をこじ開けてたら通報される。
Yeah, I don't know about modern locks, but I should be able to bust this basic one open in about 3 minutes. Keep an eye out for me, though. Maybe no one cares about him, but I think everyone would report a fella like me trying to pick up the lock on someone's door.
オーケー。ま、たまにはてめえにも見せ場を作ってやろう。
Fine, fine, go ahead and enjoy your moment. Just as she shoots a smirk at me, someone makes their way out of the house. Bingo, he's off for another morning walk. After making sure he's far enough away, we slip over to the door.
よし、俺の出番だ。道の方を見ててくれよ。
Yeah, let's do this. Keep an eye on the street for me.
任せた。しかしよ、てめえあのじじいが出てくるところ見てたろ。
Alright, before you start though, you were paying attention to what he did when he left, right?
おう、
Yeah.
あいつ、鍵閉めてたか？
So, did he lock the door?
Oh.
Oh. I get what she's talking about. He never did turn around to lock the door after leaving. And I think about it, he didn't lock it yesterday either. I guess that's why Odette never mentioned anything about the lock in the first place. I bit my tongue to stop myself from cursing at her before twisting the doorknob. Dun-dun-dun-dun! So much for getting my time to shine. Kimi ga shine? I open the door, remove my shoes, and carry them in on one hand as I make my way in. Bang, bang, knocking the door, another big bang, we're down on the floor. Oh no, what do we do? Don't look now, but I lost my shoe. I can't run and I can't kick. What's the baby feeling sick? What's the view? What's the baby feeling blue? Oh, 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 ooh, whoa, ooh, whoa. Dear, near, 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 near. The interior looks the way I expected. Dilapidated wooden furniture, newspapers, and magazines littered all over, etc. But holy hell, is it small. I don't know if it's normal for Japanese houses or not, but you can barely fit anything in here. In fact, me and Odette can't stand shoulder to shoulder without getting pressed against the walls.
さて、家宅捜索とシャレ込もうぜ。
Great, time for some good old-fashioned rummaging. Her expression is glowing as she opens and closes her hands in the grabbing motion. We probably don't need to worry about being loud while he's out, but I'm not too comfortable with Odette speaking her typical volume.
誰？
Who's there? That little question takes us by complete surprise. It's a kid's voice.
あ
Ko no koe? Kono ko no ko. The hell? I don't recognize the voice either. That geezer's supposed to be living by himself, so there shouldn't be anyone else here. Unless it's a ghost kid. I know I didn't imagine it, though. Someone definitely called out to us.
厄介だな。
Duh, what a pain.
二人いるんだね。
There are two of you, I take it. The ad is going to start soon, so we'd better save this after a word from our sponsors, Raid Shadow Legends. This music is so dramatic for no reason. Dun 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 dun. Like, what is even happening? Also, I didn't get a new water, so I'm gonna have to go get water even though the ads are over. That's kind of an L. still muted. Dun, 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 dun. It reminds me of the one time I was watching a basketball game and they were doing some sort of like hype, like interaction kind of like pump up thing, you know, like stadium stuff. And it just sounded like they were doing like the Jason theme, and it was so ominous. It would just randomly start where they just go like dun 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 dun. And I was just like, just randomly, they would just go, and I was just like, what are they doing? It was like, they would just like, it wasn't even like tied to scoring or anything. It was just like at random times. It was just this thing, and it was like they were going like key, ma, ma, ma. And I was just like, what are they doing? What is happening at this game? The voice is more clear this time, but I can't tell if it's a boy or a girl. Definitely a kid though. It's the kid boy, the kid girl.
がある声だ。夢の中で。お前たちの声は知っている。
I recognize those voices from somewhere. Oh yeah, in the dream world with Mario and Luigi. Well, that helps to explain things. Ain't no doubt about it now. This runs our participant, because there ain't no based on the voice, it's gotta be numeral 4.
ブランク。てめえが白紙のガキだな。
No more giddy. Didn't think I turned into the blank kid here.
3番と11番の人たち。まさか2人が協力していたなんて。
Numerals 3 and 11. I never expected you two would be working together.
ジジイと4番のガキが協力していたなんて。
Yeah, and I never expected the old geezer to team up with numeral 4, see? We express our mutual disbelief simultaneously. With that out of the way, the kid approaches us. Oh, you're approaching me? Looks to be just over 5 feet tall. Ain't Japanese based on the facial features, that's for sure. Looks real young though. I'd guess they're in the middle of puberty, so 13 or 14. Their voice isn't broken either, which makes it a doozy to discern gender. Oh, that's too bad. We could have given him or her the security guard voice. Based on their overall figure though, I'd guess female. We could still do it though.
な、さっきのどういうブランクってのがこいつの使命なのか。
I like how he has this one sprite that they use for everything. So even when he's like, hey, mind explaining things, he's still got this like face. It's such a funny face. Yeah, mind explaining things? Why'd you call him the blank kid? Their name? So, how'd you learn it?
ああ、言ってなかったな。こいつの使命は私の初期カードの
They're
一
so
枚。
tall. They really are tall. Wait, she's about the same height as Rinka. Does that mean does that mean Rinka's 5 flat? I never told you. This kid's name card is part of my initial batch.
だが言った通り、内容はブランク。白紙で何も書かれちゃいなかった。
A kid has no
直接
name.
会えばわかるとも思っていたが
Maybe their parents were big Game of Thrones fans. A kid has no name. Or maybe they were big No Game No Life fans. You can just leave it blank. But for whatever reason, the card's blank. I figured it'd appear once I met him in person. That hasn't really been the case. The kid's expression shifts upon hearing Odette's claim. Their guard has just gone up.
ブランクってのは名前がないってことなのか。
Yeah, so it's blank. Does that mean this kid don't got no name?
さあな。どうなんだ
Who knows? Care to find out?
教えると思う
You really think I'd tell you?
ふん。
The kid tries to provoke Odette with a glare, so she scoffs back.
まあそれは僕自身知らないから答えられないんだけど
Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't even know my own name.
選定に参加しているのは分かっているけどどうして死んだのかそれまでにどうやって生きてきたのか自分の名前さえも分かっていない
I realize that I am a participant in divine selection, but I don't remember a single thing before that. How I died, or what my life was like. Not even my own name.
記憶喪失ってやつか。
Amnesia or something?
女神は不親切だな。その状態で選定に参加させるとは。肉体だけまともにすりゃいいわけじゃなかろうに。公平性なんてありゃしね
That little goddess sure doesn't understand a thing about fairness. You can't just scrape someone up after dying and throw them back into the world without any memories.
妙に同情してるな。
Wow, you can actually sympathize with someone?
同情じゃねえよ。哀れみだ。
It ain't sympathy, dumbass. It's pity. And she just hit 90 pulls. With that, she moves her sights back onto the kid.
ジジイとは協力しているのか？
You working with the old crone then?
協力？知らないよ。僕たちはただ普通に生活しているだけだ。選定に参加する気はないからね。
Working? No, we don't plan on getting involved. So we're just living out our normal lives.
なんだって？
Wanna run that by me again?
おとなしく死んでもいいってことか？
Yeah, so you're fine with getting killed off?
そうじゃない。お前たちが脱落させ合ってくれれば、最後に残るのは僕たち二人だ。
Of course not. But if we let you people eliminate each other, then we'll eventually be the only two left.
二人残ったらどうする？
What do you do then?
おじいちゃんに生きてほしい。
How are you doing today?
I want to let him live.
おじいちゃんは迷子になっている僕を助けてくれた。選定の参加者だと分かっているのに家に引き取ってくれた。
Wait, I gotta find it. There's a joke I can make and I gotta do it. He helped me when I was lost and took me into his home, even though I'm a participant. I was hungry and he gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and he gave me something to drink. I needed clothes and he clothed me. I was sick and he looked after me. I was in prison and he came to visit me. And then the righteous will answer him, Parka, when did we see you hungry?
記憶がないから未練も分からないんだよ。
I don't have any memories, so I don't even know what my regret is.
でもおじいちゃんと暮らすのは楽しいから。僕は少しでも長い時間。
Wait, this is actually the first time we've gotten a good look at this character. I think it is. I think we've only ever seen like here up. I don't think we've ever seen like anything below like what they're wearing besides the coat. Also, the hair kind of bugs me. I don't know how I feel about that. Odette's got beads in your hair too. Just like they don't really come up very often. I always look at them. They look like the little like plastic beads, like you put them out in the sun and then they glow in the dark. Also, we're gonna stop doing this voice. My life is fun with him though. That's why I want it to last as long as possible. Both of us are staring the kid down, but they don't flinch in the slightest. Normally I'd call bullshit on a story like that, but the kid's different. Their expression makes it clear they ain't lying.
もう察しはついてると思うけどよ。私らはこの家にジジイの未練の手がかりになるものがないかを探しに来たんだ。
Well, you probably guessed that we're here to find anything that'll point us toward the geezer's regret.
未練？おじいちゃんの死因じゃなくて。
His regret? Not his cause of death?
残念だったな。てめえの大切なジジイの死因はもう見つけてるんだ。
Come on, Ken. That one's in the bag already.
そう。なら、おじいちゃんの情報に関わるものは絶対に見つけさせちゃいけないね。
I'll have to make sure you leave empty-handed then. All of a sudden, the kid pulls out a gun. Bang, bang.
だから、お前たちをおじいちゃんの家には入れさせない。
I'm sorry, but you can't set foot inside this house. They lower their tone of their voice, making their threat obvious to us both. This sudden shift takes me by surprise, but I mean, we're dealing with a kid.
ふん。つまり、ジジイの未練につながるものがこの家にはあるわけだ。あるいは、てめえ自身が知っているか。
In other words, there's something here that'll give us a clue. Either that or you already know it yourself.
どうして？
Huh? How did you?
てめえはいちいちうかつなんだよ。喋りすぎだ。
Got yourself to blame for that kid. Shoulda kept your mouth shut.
おじいちゃん以来の参加者に初めて会ったけど、必死なんだね。 だから僕の一言一言を注意して聞いている。
Oh, right. This is the first time I've met any participants other than Shigetsugu. You two must be desperate. That's why you're reading into everything I say.
おい、もういいだろ。これ以上このガキと話してても仕方がない。ここまで来ちまったのか。力ずくで教えるしかないだろ。
Screw this. We come this far. Let's just force our way in. I glance over at Odette to get her agreement. She smiles and nods in response.
たまにはてめえとも気が合うな。こうなっちまった以上、こいつを黙らせて、ジジイが戻ってくる前に家を捜索する。
And every day that we agree on something, let's shut this kid up and find what we're looking for before that old bag of bones gets back. Ay.
ジジイが帰ってきたところで黙らせるのは問題ねえが、選定までまだ数日ある。その間に警察を呼ばれたら面倒だ。
Wouldn't be hard to shut him up when he gets back too, but we still got a few days before the next election. The last thing we need is for them to call the police. I am thinking the same thing. Things would get real annoying real fast if someone were to cause a ruckus here. Our passports and stuff might be good fakes, but it'd be tricky to sneak around with the police on our asses. We ain't the most decent people in the world either. They'll find plenty to hold us on if they're given a reason to check our histories.
この家には監視カメラもないんだ。てめえを喋れない状態にしちまえば、それで十分だ。
I don't see any cameras, so all we gotta do is make sure you won't spill the beans.
言っておくが、俺たちにかなうと思うんじゃねえぞ。今どいたら許してやる。
I like how the way he talks is completely different too. He's completely changed how he talks. Yeah, don't get any funny ideas, kid. I'll let you go if you beat it now.
てめえは自分より弱そうな相手に対しては強気だな。
Damn, you sure know how to act all tough against people weaker than you.
うるせえ。
Nah. Both of us move toward the kid, but they still won't budge. Hell, they provoke us even more.
おじいちゃんは僕が守るよ。
I'm going to protect Shigetsugu from you.
いい度胸だ。おい、私は
Imagine if they suddenly put us into like a quick time event thing. It'd be really funny if they turned this all of a sudden into like not a 2D, like a 3D top-down like Yakuza style, and we gotta box the kid. That'd be really funny. It'd be like so random. Nah, the brat's got guts. You handle things here. I'll keep an eye out at the entrance.
任せな。
Yeah, got it. The quickest way to shut someone up is to crush their throat. It won't kill them, but it'll keep them from singing for a few solid days. I step forward to the narrow hallway, my hands aimed at the kid's throat. They managed to move quickly enough to dodge under me.
すばしっこいな。
Yeah, sweet little brat. It's pretty common for smaller targets, but in the end, a kid's just a kid. I got the longer reach, not to mention the physical advantage, and here at Chuck E. Cheese, a kid can be a kid. They turn their back to me and make their way further into the house.
逃げるのか。
Gonna run away after all that talk, huh? Luckily I've seen Home Alone. All they've done is move into another room. Noise travels pretty easy in a cramped house like this, so as long as it ain't one of them ninja houses, it shouldn't be hard to find them.
逃げないよ。
I'm not running. They pop back out from the room they ran into. I kick at them with my left leg. It creates enough distance so they won't be able to reach me.
こんなの。
That won't work. They dodge under me again, but it's not a big deal. As I bring my leg back down, I smack the kid with the back of my heel. Buh. 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 It connects with their shoulder, causing them to falter for a moment. Falter? I hardly know her. I was aiming for the head, but they ducked out of the way in time. With my foot planted on the back on the ground, I move in for the kill again.
おいバカ、下がれ。
The hell are you doing? Move! Huh? Before I can react, the kid has slid right beneath me. They use the impact from my heel getting to them to close the gap between us. Don't tell me the brat actually let themselves take a hit. It's too late for me to do anything though. I have no idea if I managed to let out a scream or not. I tried to block it, but there was no way. The kid clenched their fist and let loose with a flying uppercut straight into my crotch. Before the pain kicks in, I lose all feeling in my body for just a moment. And then the sharpest of pain rushes through me. almost like the organs above my groin are being strangled. My hands cover my crotch on reflex as I crumple to my knees. Federico, no! How could this happen to him? Oomph! No, not the oomphs! They don't stop there, though. Pain starts to rush through my shoulder next. This isn't pain from a blunt strike, though. It's from a sharp object. Oh no! He's gonna get John Wicked!
外したか
I missed. They're holding a knife in their right hand, which they'd used to stab my shoulder. Oh, that's not what he said at all, but okay. Holy shit, that hurt! Fortunately, it hit the seam of my jacket, so I got away with a minor cut. They must have run into that room to grab the knife, so I assume it was the kitchen.
おかしいな頸動脈を狙ったんだけど
That's odd. I'm sure I was on target for the carotid. The karaoke. I do my best to collect myself, but the pain from my crotch isn't making it easy to move. They retract the knife and take aim for a second stab. Somehow I manage to throw myself out of the way just in the nick of time. Nick of time? Although doing so leads me to place panting into the floor. I turn to face them and see no hesitation on their face whatsoever. At least the pain's starting to fade. I raise my knees in order to kick myself back onto my feet and dodge the knife. Turns out, that isn't the plan of attack. Instead, I can tell another shot at my crotch is coming. Hey! Not wanting to experience that again, my body unconsciously ducks in order to dodge it.
今度こそ
Oh, she's about to hit him with the palm. I won't miss this time. Next time, I will strike twice. The next moment, a mammoth shadow passes over top of me. Odette has launched her massive right leg into the kid, so hard in fact that she's generated her own part. Actually, these look like flower petals. They block with both arms crossed in front of their face, but the impact still sends them flying across the hall. She's gonna bust out her martial arts. She's even got the Sans eyes. That's how you know she's not playing.
バカかあんなガキに負けやがって
And you can see she does have the tiny strip of fabric here. You're kidding me. You lost a little kid?
負けてね
I didn't lose. You see? No one in the world would believe that. If I'm being honest, I'm terrified by how focused they were on decimating my loins. They learned from King of the Hill. Whoa. The kid flings the knife across the hall towards us. Odette dodges it with ease, which leads it to clattering harmlessly on the floor. But the knife wasn't twirling around or anything in midair. It flew straight as an arrow. Oh. So that was like javelin style.
てめえ何者だ
Yeah, who the hell are you, kid?
僕もわからないよでも体が勝手に動くんだ
I'm not sure. I just know I can do this kind of stuff. She's the best there is at what he does.
体に染みついた技術ってのは体が覚えてるらしいからね
I'm walking in. Your body remembers what your brain doesn't, I'd say. Odette plucks the knife from the floor and chucks it back at the kid with even greater speed and precision. They knock it aside with a frying pan they've grabbed from nearby before scuttling off to the room across from where they got the knife. I'll use my frying pan as a blocking pan! It was a tiny window of opportunity, but they took full advantage of it.
また武器かおい早く立て
I'll have to get another weapon, huh? Hey, get your ass off the floor. It'd be really funny. I thought maybe for a second there was gonna be like a large cannon when Odette was like, move! It'd be really funny if the kid came out with like a large cannon, just like rolled it out in the hallway. I jump to my feet the millisecond she shouts at me.
今度はなんだ
What are they gonna bring out next?
さっきは殺そうとしたからダメだったんだ選定中は脱落以外では死ねないから
I made the mistake of trying to kill you when participants can only die via elimination. They reappear, muttering something at us.
これでどう
But how will you handle this? Ultimate Qigong Punch! They brandish something in both hands, which they then heave towards us. Guess I'm their target again.
当たるかよ
Ain't gonna hit me like that, you see? Looks like they decided to chuck screwdrivers this time. 4 of them, each around 4 inches long, are heading my way. Not like they'll hurt unless they catch you right in the eyes or mouth, but not great weapons, unlike the knife. All 4 scatter across the floor as I dodge them with a backstep. Odette charges in as soon as I step back to evade the flying tools. They're reusing it
こ
again.
っちは2人だ。忘れちゃいけね
They ain't the only one you gotta deal with, kid. Get ready for Sans Odette tales. She prefers to use a spin kick.
え。
Aww. The kid must have seen it coming though. They grab Odette's leg with their left hand and propel themselves upwards in what looks like a handstand. The ceiling is low down enough that their feet reach it after that maneuver. Following that, they utilize the ceiling to propel themselves towards me yet again. With an even bigger knife in hand, mind you.
狙いは俺かよ。
Yeah, why is the kid gunning for me? I ain't dumb enough to let someone leap straight into me. Their skill might have taken me by surprise, but I can dodge this no problem, until time dilation happens. I slide my right foot back to do so.
もうどうしててめえはそんなにバカなんだ。
Christ, how can you be this stupid? Her insult isn't directed toward the kid, but to me. My foot doesn't slide across the floor when I pull it back. Instead, I trip over something.
なんだと。
Yeah, what the? It's not like I've tripped over thin air either. My foot has caught on something hard. It's one of those screwdrivers the kid had thrown at me a moment ago.
今度は外さない。
Now, you're mine! The kid uses the opportunity to thrust the knife into my side. This time it digs deep into me. They retract the knife immediately and put some distance between us, their eyes watching Odette all the while. Blood starts to gush out of me, dousing my jacket. Fortunately, my ribs took the brunt of the blow, so my insides aren't damaged. I probably have a few cracked ribs though. That probably would have killed me had the kid been a bit stronger.
足引っ張りやがって。第3だ。
I'm walking in, use the son of a... Let's jet. I'm already starting to lose consciousness when she says that. From what I managed to hear, the kid has no intention of chasing us down. Odette the jet? And then I dream. A dream so foreign to reality that I almost think it's another world entirely. I dream a dream about a dream, and the only dream I dream about is the one thing I truly ever dreamed to care about. About the regret that only I could know about. There's an even more simple reason behind how I can tell it's just a dream. Because there's no hope of me ever achieving it. This is a reality that will never come to fruition. A desire that I've convinced myself to give up on. The gold medal. The fact that I'm dreaming of it now proves I've still got regrets about it, though. Okay. Just as I start to wonder why my ass hurts, I notice that I'm sitting by a road. Odette's standing beside me, a plastic bag in hand. I assume she dragged me all this way from that house. Must have stopped by a convenience store on the way to buy provisions, too. My side is still killing me, but it's all bandaged up and treated.
あんた。
Did you?
戦場では応急手当が重要だ。
I want to check where we are. We're still in week 5, dang. First aid's key skill in the sea. Can't let a wound like that fester. Fester, I hardly know her. Otherwise, you'd be a goner.
悪いな。
たく弱すぎるんだよてめえは。
You're a damn weakling, you know that? I can't find any words to rebuke her. I just click my tongue and shake my head. I look down on the kid because of their age, but it wasn't just that. They completely outplayed me. He got outplayed.
あのガキは記憶喪失とか言ってたが、ありゃ昔に訓練でも受けてたんじゃねえかな。それこそ。おい、どうした？
They're the side. Chances are the kid went through some kind of training that they forgot about thanks to their amnesia. That's why. Hey, what's wrong?
あんたは俺を見捨てればよかったんじゃないか。
Yeah, wouldn't you have been better off just leaving me behind?
何塩らしくなってんだ気持ち悪い。それにな、協力するって言ったんだ。てめえにはまだ利用価値があると思ってる。私は約束は守るぜ。基本的にはな。
Gross. I'm gonna puke if you keep talking like that. Besides, I told you we'd work together, and you still got some value. I ain't the type to break a promise, usually.
基本的にって何なんだよ。
Usually, huh? Doesn't inspire much confidence.
まあ、これでも飲んだろ。
Shut up and have a drink. She hands me a miniature bottle of wine. Normal folks wouldn't give an injured person alcohol, but hey, she's anything but normal. As further proof, she's already downing a drink herself.
チリさんか。ま、俺の国の上物が道端で売られてても困るけどよ。
Chilean wine, huh? Oh well, we pissed if they sold the good Italian stuff to some crappy store around here.
減らず口が言えるなら余裕そうだな。ま、てめえは今週くらいは安静にしておいた方がいい。
It'll be fun if you've got enough energy to run your mouth. Even so, you should probably take it easy for the next week or so. Just me, huh? No point arguing her when I know she won't listen. Instead, I pour the wine down my throat like it's water. It ain't top shelf stuff, but Chile's wine is pretty decent for the price. The taste of red wine helps to settle me down. You won't find many people out in the street drinking wine straight from the bottle back in Italy, but I gotta admit, I ain't against it. After enjoying our wine and a sandwich, we trudge back to our hotel.
次は私があいつをぶっ倒す。あのガキは楽しめそうだったからな。
That kid's gonna be real. That's not her voice either. That kid's gonna be real fun to deal with. I'll make sure to crush him next time. I can tell that she isn't gonna go out looking for revenge on my part. That'd be pretty unnerving by itself, but I know her, and she's doing it for her own sake. It's been over a month since the Divine selection started, so I've managed to pick up enough clues to figure out what she's thinking every now and then. It's pretty ridiculous, but she's just looking forward to pummeling that kid. After school, I make my way to the district where Shigetsugu lives. I know the way by heart at this point. I've gotten somewhat familiar with the area, after all. I should be able to escape into a busier area if I somehow bump into that duo. Okay, let's do this. I give myself a little pep talk out loud. Today's main goal is to ask around and find out anything I can about the relationship between Shigetsugu and that girl. Things go south almost immediately, though.
もしや選定の参加者かの
What voice are we gonna give him now? You wouldn't happen to be our participant, would you? Someone approaches me from behind. Huh? The very person I was about to gather info on meets my gaze when I spin around. He may be short, but he looks as tenacious up close as he did from afar in the dream world. He stares at me with a stone-cold poker face, a plastic bag in hand. Katy Perry? I freeze the moment our eyes meet. I wonder if he ever feels like that bag he's holding.
やはりお主の顔は見たことがある。そんなに目つきの悪い高校生もそう多くはない。
I recognize that face. Not many high schoolers look as threatening as you do.
あなたは
You're...
お主、まさかわしのことを調べに来たのか
Now, allow me to hazard a guess. You've come here in search of information pertaining to me, yes? His posture makes him look exhausted. He's completely unfazed despite having run into another participant. Now that I think about it, he didn't react in the slightest when numeral 11 got her hands on his name card. He may sound somewhat surprised, but at the same time, he seems a bit apathetic.
そう警戒しないでよかろう。わしはお主らと敵対するつもりはないんじゃ。
Please, there's no need to be so tense. I have no intention to oppose any of you.
わしの戦場は別にあるのじゃ。今日は勝利の凱旋じゃがの。
My battlefield lays elsewhere, and today I make my return after a great triumph.
戦場
Your battlefield? Don't tell me. Are you a gamer?
そう。
Nice to meet
戦
you.
いじゃ。
M. Sophistopheles.
He said the word. He said the thing. Indeed, I have my own battle to fight.
まさか別の参加者と
With another participant?
そんなことはない。わしの戦場は駅前にあるんじゃ。
Heavens no. I have my battles by the station. I'm completely baffled by his statement. I guess it means he successfully reeled me in though. I start to panic with that thought in mind.
朝早くから並んでいい場所を取るところから戦いが始まっとるんじゃ。それで大の争奪戦に勝ったらそこから真剣勝負じゃ。
The battle begins by lining up early in the morning. Secure a good... I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Secure a good spot. But the true war begins after that.
大当たりの演出が入った時は最高に盛り上がるわい。
Few things are as exciting as the fanfare you receive when hitting the jackpot. Jackpot, fanfare, and a good spot. Not to mention this all takes place by the station. The station isn't huge, but it has all your typical storefronts around it. Coffee shops, diners, the shopping district, and...
パチンコですか？
Are you talking about pachinko?
正解じゃ。
That was his wheeze. That is correct. His laugh is hearty and sincere. The scowl on his face remains, though. It leads me to believe that he's the kind of person whose facial expressions don't quite match up with how they actually feel.
では、ご褒美にチョコレートをあげよ
Here, for your correct guess, you win this chocolate. He reduces a bar of chocolate from his bag and hands it to me. I stare at you for a few seconds before turning him down.
私を油断させようとしてるんですか？
Is this your way of making me lower my guard?
う。残念じゃの。今時の子はチョコ程度じゃ喜んでくれんか。あの子は目をキ
His
ラキ
face
ラ
is
させ
so
てくれ
funny.
るのにの。
Children these days aren't quite satisfied with chocolate, I see. A shame, especially when I know one whose eyes light up whenever I give them some.
あなたの家に住んでる女の子のことですか？
You must be talking about the girl staying with you.
はって、女の子は住んでいないがの。
I don't recall any girls staying with me.
とぼけないでください。
Drop the act already. I try to sound as threatening as I can muster. Letting him lead the conversation any longer is too risky, especially when I can't gauge his intentions.
おお、怖い怖い。
My, aren't you a scary one? I stare him down as he tries to tease me. It's possible that he's trying to rope me in and extract useful information out of me, so I try my best to say as little as possible.
さっきも言ったろ。端的に言って、わしはお主らと争う気はないんじゃ。
As I said before, I have zero intention in taking part in all of this. I was trying to see whether or not he was holding something.
追い先短いじじいだからの。こうやって少しだけ寿命が伸びただけでも幸せもんじゃ。
I'm happy enough as it is to have been granted some extra time before passing away.
おかげでしばらく行けんかったパチンコにも行けるしの。すごいぞ。選定が始まってからわしは収支がプラスなんじゃよ。
I've even been able to return to the pachinko parlor thanks to it. You'll never believe how much my income has increased ever since divine selection began. I refuse to say anything in response to his random conversation.
ただの、お主、帰ってくれぬか。
That being said, could I ask you to leave? He finally confronts me, possibly after realizing that I will stay quiet if he doesn't.
わしはいいんじゃが、生かしたい子もおってな。
No. I'm fine with whatever fate befalls me, but there's a certain someone whose survival I want to ensure. It has to be the girl. I already know for sure that they're living together, which means he's feigning ignorance.
あの子がおのずから戦う意志を持ってくれるまでは静かに暮らしていたいんじゃ。
I want us to lead a normal life until someone finds the will to fight for their own sake.
隠居したじじいの頼みじゃから聞いてはくれんかの。
Would it be too much to ask that you hear out what this old, retired man has to say?
それはその子を勝たせたいってことですよね。だったら聞けない。
You want this person to win, don't you? If so, then yes, it would be too much.
ま、そうじゃな。 しかし、こういうのはどうじゃろう。
Well, that's hardly surprising. How does this sound then? His tone becomes grave and his expression somehow gets even more tenacious as he speaks.
お主とは会わなかったことにしてやる。それなら、あの子もお主を脱落させることはないじゃろう。
If you agree to leave now, I won't make any mention of having met you. That means they won't target you.
してやるですか。あなたの方が年上ですけど、この状況で上から目線は間違いです。牛塚重次さん。
I get that you're older than me, but you may want to appreciate the fact that you're in no position to look down on me, Ushizuka Shigetsugu.
わしの名前を知った程度でいい気になっておるのか。
Getting haughty just because you know my name, are you? He doesn't falter with confronted with my threat. He opts for lowkey instead.
なんての、さっきも言ったろ。わしはお主らと敵対するつもりはないんじゃよ。
Ha 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 ha. I'm kidding. As I said twice now, I have no intention to oppose any of you. His tone returns to normal, though his expression remains unchanged. We've made absolutely no progress. I guess his age and experience means it won't be easy to reel him in.
特にお主は一部の参加者と違って何の変哲もない痛いけな不女子じゃ。
From what I can gather, you aren't quite like the other participants. You're nothing more than a young girl.
若いうちに死んでしまったのは残念じゃが、少しでも長く生きるためには他の参加者と関わらないのが一番じゃぞ。
It pains me to know that you died so young, but your best bet is to avoid the other participants if you want to make the most of what little time you've been granted. The hell up.
なんじゃ。
Beg your pardon. I'm not sure how, but I managed to stop myself from screaming in his face. I've just about had him with him talking to me like I'm some dumb kid.
私は少しでも長く生きるためにこうしているんじゃない。答えを見つけたいから。じっとなんてしてられない。
I'm not doing this for my survival. I'm here for answers. I can't afford to just sit idly by and let this all pass. Is my life worth casting aside the lives of others for? What is my regret? What awaits myself in Mihadu when all is said and done? Is fate really something we can't hope to go against? Well, maybe if you're not Lucina. I can't let myself die until I find the answers to all these questions. I have no intention of living a quiet life if I'm unable to do so.
答えか。お主がどんな疑問を持っているのかは知らんが、たやすいことではないぞ。
Answers, I'm not quite sure what questions you have, but finding your answers won't be a simple task.
だから何？あなたに何がわかるって言うんですか？
And don't act like you know me. You don't even know me.
懐かしいの。そのセリフ、わしの元を去ってしまった娘たちにもよく言われたものじゃ。
Quite the nostalgic sentiment there. I used to hear it from my family quite often before they all left me. The lady from the other day mentioned that he's been living alone ever since his family abandoned him. Based on his attitude, I'm hardly surprised someone said that to him before. He's one of those condescending types who like to act as though they know every little thing about you.
今日は帰ります。でもあなたのことは調べますから。忠告しておきますけど、私だけじゃないです。
I'll leave for today, but it doesn't mean I'll stop looking into you. Don't think I'm the only one doing this either.
牛塚さんが思っている以上に、みんな生きるために必死なんだと思います。
Everyone's far more desperate to cling to life than you seem to think.
まだまだ子供じゃが、頑固でまっすぐじゃな。よいよい。
That tenacity of yours is quite admirable. Certainly not what I'd expect from a child.
だからそういう態度が。
That attitude's what's pissing me off.
おや。
Oh yeah. Just as I'm about to leave, I hear a set of footsteps stop in front of me. I turn my eyes towards the person to whom they belong. Is it the Gerboy? It
おじい
is.
ちゃん、その人誰？
Who's this?
まさか選定の参加者？いや、絶対そうだ。どうして今日はこんな？
Don't tell me it's another participant. No, of course it is. What's it about today? The voice belongs to the girl I tailed back to Shigetsugu's house the other day. She's probably returning from a shopping trip, based on the plastic bag she's holding in one hand. Her eyes are big and round, and her silver hair is somewhat disheveled. She seems like your average innocent kid. Now, an instant after I think that, she gives me an icy cold stare. What about an icy
この
hot?
人もおじいちゃんの敵なの？
Is she targeting you as well? Right then, I feel like something sharp stabs into my brain. The sudden pain is so bad that my hands clasp onto my head in instinct. I'd never experienced a headache this painful before. This isn't good. I'm not sure about the cause, but the last thing I need in this situation is to leave myself vulnerable. Just as I think that,
痛い。頭が痛いよ。
Agagagagag, my head, what's going on? I'm not the only one experiencing this pain, it seems. They're mind melding. They're psychic linking. I just sigh as I take in the unfamiliar room, mainly because I know the situation I'm in all too well.
言っておくが、このお茶には何も入っとりゃせんからの。
Rest assured, I've put nothing dubious in your tea.
いえ、結構です。
Thanks, but no thanks.
お主の身につけている身分証やらを調べるなら、さっきとっくにやっておるよ。安心せ。これはただの親切じゃ。
Trust me, had I wanted to examine your ID and such, I would have done so already. This is my attempt at being hospitable. While taken aback, I accept the cup and have a sip. There's not much taste to it. Well, it's to be expected when the drink is more yellow than green. As for why I'm in Shigetsugu's house, he brought me inside after that headache knocked me for a loop. Both myself and that girl were told to rest until the pain subsided, but she hasn't woken up yet. I notice her fidgeting in her sleep, which leads to my involuntarily gulping down the tea.
これはこれは。
Oh ho ho, rather impressive.
助けてもらったことには感謝してます。ありがとうございました。
Thank
もう帰
you
ります。
for helping me, but I've already stayed long enough. Oh, that's not what she said.
好きにするがいい。言っておくが、わしの構え方は変わらんよ。
Sure, just remember that my stance on the matter won't change.
はい。わかってい
Yeah,
ます。
I won't. He may not see me as his enemy, but there's no denying that we will ultimately have to compete with one another. Not to mention that the girl made no effort to hide her hostility toward me. Sure, I'm curious about the sudden headache that hit us when we met, but it's too dangerous to stay here. I want to be gone before she wakes up. Wake me up. Before she is. These walls are thin enough that people outside would hear me if I screamed, but there's no guarantee they'd actually try to help.
あ、おじいちゃん。
Shigetsugu,
具合は大丈夫かの？
are you feeling better?
大丈夫。心配かけてごめんね。
Yeah, sorry for making you worry.
わしに謝ってどうする？ほれ、お茶でも飲んで落ち着け。
There's no reason to apologize. Have some tea.
ありがとう。
Teehee, Pero, thanks. I hadn't intended on staring, but I couldn't take my eyes off of them. It was a quick exchange, but the two of them really seemed like an average grandfather and granddaughter. The warmth in his expression reminds me of how my own grandmother looks at me. I plan to leave as quick as possible, but after witnessing that scene, my feet feel stuck to the floor, which gives the girl an opportunity to turn her attention toward me.
お前は。
You! I keep my mouth shut. There's no reason to respond. I'm better off going straight home.
おや、まだいたんじゃな。
Oh, you're still here.
おい、このお嬢さんは選定の参加者じゃが、わしらの敵というわけではないぞ。お前呼ばわりは良くないし、さっき表で睨んだじゃろ。
This girl may be a participant, but that's no excuse to glare at her the way you did. She isn't our enemy, after all.
それは失礼なことじゃよ。 帰る前に謝りなさい。
Make sure to apologize for your behavior before she leaves.
うん、わかった。昼間にこの家に敵が来たんだ。二人もおじいちゃんの家を調べに。
Right. I was on edge because two others came here this afternoon to scrounge up information on you, Shigetsugu.
だから仲間かと思ってつい警戒しちゃったんだ。
When I saw you two talking, I thought she might be in cahoots with them.
ごめんなさい、お姉さん。
In any case, I do apologize. This isn't half-hearted, she's even bowing her head. You see scenarios like this often. The granddaughter does something and then apologizes when her grandfather tells her to. I would honestly believe that these two are family had I not known their participants, even though they look so different. They're not just playing the parts, everything about their interaction feels authentic. That just makes things harder for me.
うん、大丈夫。別に怒ってはないし。
Oh,
仕方がないことだよ。
I'm not particularly upset about it. Don't worry. I can't blame her though, considering my attitude toward him. Of course, it's not like I've decided to let my guard down around them for now. My standing by the front door to ensure my escape route serves as proof. However, something she said piqued my interest. I have to confirm with her before leaving.
敵が来たって言ってたよね。それって背の高い男女の二人組だった。
Two others came here earlier, you said. They wouldn't happen to be a tall man and woman, would they?
どうしてそれを？
How did you know?
私もその人たちを警戒しているから。
I've been keeping an eye out for them as well. Her eyes widen. Shigetsugu, on the other hand, listens without reacting.
あなたは知ってるの？あの人たちのこと。
I take it you know who I'm referring to?
うん。だって今朝来たのはその人たちだよ。
They came by earlier, so yes.
なんじゃと？
Beg your pardon.
そっか。おじいちゃんにはまだ言ってなかったね。部屋が荒れてるのはそのせいなんだ。
Oh, I haven't gotten to tell you yet. They're the reason why the house is a mess. I did notice some disorganization, but I assume that's how they live. I don't mean there's trash lying around, but there are a number of newspapers, magazines, and articles of clothing dotting the floor.
3番と11番の人。おじいちゃんもわかるでしょ？
You know numerals 3 and 11, don't you?
顔は覚えておるが、詳しく聞かせておくれ。
I remember what they look like, sure. Mind explaining what happened? Excuse me, what happened? I completely lost my chance to leave now.
お主も聞いていけばよい。ただし、情報交換じゃよ。
You should listen to this as well, but in return, we would like some information. He motions for me to sit closer, probably because he knows I've lost my chance to go, too.
おじいちゃんのことを探しに来たあの二人がこの家に入ってきたんだ。
Those two made their way into the house looking for you.
おじいちゃんが出かけた直後。
It wasn't long after you'd left, actually. I was aware they'd been scouting out the house for when I last came here. They probably have been for several days. Knowing Shigetsugu leaves in the morning, they figured he'd stick to the routine today as well.
だから僕が追い返したよ。女の人の方は強かったけど、男の人はそうでもなかった。
I made sure to chase him off, though. The woman was tough, but the man was no threat.
追い返した？だってあの二人だよね。
What? You chased those two off? She's about my height, but she's definitely way younger and extremely slender. Judging from how she said numeral 11 was tough, I doubt she gave him a simple verbal threat. These are the same two who took Sonia's parents hostage, as if they'd listened to a kid's threat.
うん。逃げられちゃったけど、3番の男には深手を負わせたよ。あれなら数日間はこの家に来られないと思う。
They got away, but I did manage to severely wound numeral 3. We should be safe for a few days thanks to that.
また暴力を使ったのか？
So you resorted to violence again?
仕方がなかったんだ。この家を守るためにはそうするしかなかった。それに先に手を出してきたのは向こうだよ。
I had no choice. It was the only way to keep him out. Besides, they attacked first.
ちょっと待って。君が戦ったの？どうやって？
Wait a minute. You fought them? Like, how?
わからない。体が勝手に動いたっていうか、 戦い方を知ってたっていうか。
I'm not sure. I just know how to fight for some reason.
そんなことってありえるんですか？
Is that even possible? And now I'm suspicious of them again. It's not impossible for her to make this up and attempt to reel information out of me.
この子は記憶喪失なんじゃよ。
And this one suffers from amnesia, you see.
おじいちゃん？
Should you be telling her that?
構わんじゃろ。それにこれを聞いたところでお主は不利にはならんじゃろうって。
It's
Easy,
hardly an
easy.
issue. There's little for you to lose by telling her.
僕はいいけど、おじいちゃんが。まあ、大丈夫かな。
I'm fine with it, but whatever, it should be okay.
選定が始まった時、この子は行くあてもなくさまよっていたんじゃ。
This child had nowhere to go when divine selection began.
わしと出会って、それでうちで暮らすようになったんじゃよ。
We started living together not long after our first encounter.
僕は自分の名前も今まで何をやってきたかも、どうして選定の参加者になったのかも覚えてないよ。
I don't remember a single thing about what happened before divine selection, my name, my destination, or even why I became a participant.
だから僕は自身のカードの内容も覚えていない。死因や未練を探そうとしても無駄だよ。
I don't even know the contents of my own personal cards, so there's no point in trying to uncover my cause of death and regret.
僕はどうしてこの国にいるのかも忘れてしまったんだ。いや、この国が自分の国じゃないというのも結局おじいちゃんに会ってから分かったんだけどね。
Not only did I forget why I'm in Japan, but I didn't even know that I wasn't born here until I met Shigetsugu. Amnesia. Something we have in common. The only difference is she's lost all of her memories. I've forgotten bits and pieces prior to and after divine selection began, but not enough to affect my life. She, meanwhile, doesn't even remember who she is. I can't even begin to imagine.
でもね、すぐおじいちゃんと会えたから僕は苦労はしてないよ。
I met Shigetsugu pretty quick, though, so it's not as bad as you may think. She follows up with a pleasant smile. I find it hard to believe that someone with a smile like this could fend those two off. I've heard about how one retains their personal habits and skills when suffering from amnesia. The loss of personal memory doesn't influence muscle memory or something. But that means she had the ability to go toe-to-toe with those two even before the amnesia.
さて、まだ聞きたいこともあるじゃろうが、お主の番じゃよ。
Right, I'm sure there's more you want to hear, but I do believe it's your turn now. He turns his attention to me after cutting the conversation short. I guess he did mention some sort of reciprocity of information before. I decide to tell them what I know about those two.
当然、手段を選ばない者もいるじゃろうな。キャツらの場合、非道な手段を選んだとも言えるが。
I wonder, did Odette get new cards? 7. Oh, he is 7. Oh yeah, cause of death and name. So we have name. I don't think anyone has regret though. Yeah, cause of death and name. Cause of death. Why does 4 have 4's cause of death? I know. Kombucha. Interesting. I fully expected participants to resort to extreme measures, but those two really truly raised the bar. I tell them about what they did to Sonia and her parents, holding a child's parents hostage in order to make them reveal their information. Sheer brute force. However, I make sure not to mention that I have Federico's name card. They never mentioned what cards they have, so fair's fair.
となると、この子が反撃したのも仕方ないことじゃな。
I guess you had little choice but to retaliate then.
もう、わかった？僕だってちゃんと考えがあったんだからね。
See, I knew what I was doing.
分かっておる分かっておる。ほれ、撫でてあげよ
Yes,
Incoming
yes.
ad break.
Here, I'll pet your head as a reward.
えへへ。
Eh?
う。じゃが、お前が怪我をするかもしれなかったんじゃ。気をつけるんじゃぞ。
Do keep in mind that you are putting yourself at risk, though. Be more careful next time and grab the 45 from the dresser drawer.
わかってるよ。でも心配しないで。僕、負ける気がしないから。
Okay, you don't need to worry though. I won't lose to anyone. Her attitude turns out to be far more childlike than her appearance. From my perspective, she's like a kid who gets carried away after being given a little praise. Still, what she said holds weight if she really was able to fight those two off. Her unpredictability is definitely a concern. Sonia at least accepted the fact that she was a participant. Those two, on the other hand, care only about living out their lives like normal people.
これで分かったであろう。わしらは争う気はない。じゃからもう関わらんことじゃ。
You should understand by now that we truly have no intention of taking part in all of this. Please don't get involved with us anymore. His choice of words makes me think he somehow read my mind. I'm not sure if that's intentional, but I am stunned either way. Then I realize it. They're not normal at all. Even real families would struggle to act as legit as these two do. Plus, they're both participants. This is insane.
でも、きっとあの人たちは諦めません。怪我が治ったら、治らなくたって、必ずまた来ると思います。
Those two won't give up though. They'll be back as soon as numeral 3 is recovered, or maybe even earlier.
あなたや私を脱落させないと、あの人たちは生きられないから。
Eliminating us is the only way they can survive, so they have to return.
わしらを心配しているのかな。
Are you perhaps worried about us?
あの氏はわしらの情報を集めに来たのじゃろ。心配してどうする。
You came here for our information, correct? Why would you bother to worry about us?
わかりません。でも、ただ思っただけで。
I don't know. I just do, I guess. That's right. I'm far from normal myself.
答えを知りたいと豪語していた割には随分と曖昧な答えじゃの。
That's not quite the response I expected after all your talk about finding answers.
嫌な人なんですね。牛塚さんって。
You really are annoying, aren't you? Not that he's wrong. That's why he's been so calm this entire time. He's never seen me as a threat.
おじいちゃんをバカにするの。
Are you making fun of him?
いや、そうじゃなくて。
No, not quite.
気にするでない。ところで、さっきは何を買っておったのじゃ。
No need to worry about that. I see you went shopping earlier. What did you buy?
これさっきあいつらが来た時に洗うやつが壊れちゃって。よくわからないんだけど、お店の人が勧めてくれたんだ。
Oh, that washer thing got broken thanks to those two, so I went out to get something for it. I'm not really sure what it is. The clerk recommended it.
洗うやつ。ああ、洗濯機の。ホース
I'll assume you mean the washing machine. What's with the hose?
お家の人に聞けばわかるって言ってたけど、おじいちゃんわからない？
They said you'd know what to do with it. Next to her is a washing machine hose. I recognize the logo on the bag. She must have bought it at one of the nearby supermarkets.
わからんの。どうにも機械は苦手での。
I'm not one to fidget with machines, unfortunately.
洗うやつが壊れたらどうするつもりだったの？
What were you gonna do if the washer broke then?
ここならコインランドリーは遠くないからの。
Fortunately, there's a coin-op laundry close by.
コインランドリー？
Coin-op laundry?
お金を払って洗濯機を使える場所じゃよ。
You go there and pay to use their laundry machines.
もう、おじいちゃんたら、パチンコをやるために節約するって言ってたでしょ？
You said you'd cut down on other expenses for the sake of pachinko. We can't do that. I really want to say something, but I don't. She might actually believe what he says about it being a battlefield. Shigetsugu, meanwhile, takes the hose by returning his gaze toward me.
もう、お主ならできるじゃろ。
You know how to fix this, don't you?
まあそうなるよね。
That figures. In the back of my mind, I knew I'd end up being asked based on their exchange.
わかりました。ホースを取り替えるくらいなら私でもできます。ただそれだけやったら帰りますからね。
I'll replace the hose, but I'm going home after that.
ありがとうお姉ちゃん。
Thank you very much.
この洗濯機全然掃除してない。もうちょっとビニール手袋取ってきて。
Gross. How long has it been since this thing was cleaned? Someone get me a pair of plastic gloves.
なんでこんなに本格的にやってるんだろう。
Man, so much for going straight home.
排水口も。
Even their drain's a mess.
ちょっと水出してもらえる？
Mind helping me rinse this?
うん、わかったよ。
Oh, okay.
違う、そっちじゃなくて、お風呂場とかから持ってきて。
No, no, not like that. Get the water from the bathroom. And thus, I faced my fate of getting a torrent of washing machine water to the face. Her fate was unchangeable. Not only do I get drenched, but the water inside the machine is absolutely filthy. I wish I could exchange this memory for the one that I'm missing. At least I changed into my school jersey beforehand. My uniform is safe, but I can't say that's enough to make up for the experience. You! Honestly, this is probably the worst thing I've gone through since Divine Selection started. I've only got myself to blame though. It never would have happened if I wasn't such a pushover. Naturally, I'm not too keen on using the bath at Shigetsugu's place, so I head to a nearby public bathhouse.
わーい、おっきなお風呂に入れる。
Yay, this place is huge!
まさかナオミが正解だったとはね。
I can't believe Naomi was right.
何のこと？
Hmm?
いや、なんでもない。
Nothing. This whole time, she was actually a he. I can't believe I've been got. She kept using Boku. I should have known based on his stride and his outfit, but his outward appearance really and truly made him look like a girl. I guess I've got Miharu to blame for warping my perspective. She carries herself more like a boy, so part of me sees it as normal, despite understanding that she's a rare exception to the norm. I guess that is true. Miharu uses Boku too, doesn't she? I can only sigh at my own silliness.
若いのにため息をつくでないぞ。
Youngsters like you shouldn't be sighing their lives away.
あんたたちのせいだから。
You're to blame for it.
怖い怖い。
Oh ho ho, how frightening. They both tagged along with me to the bathhouse. I guess I should be thankful that he's a boy. Now we won't end up alone in here. Making conversation with him would be a challenge by itself, but I can't hide my fear. Plus, something's odd about how we both suddenly got headaches when we came face to face. It has to be related to our memories, somehow.
ほれ、お前も行くぞ。
I'm along. Okay. He scurries along behind Shigetsugu. Now that I think about it, Shigetsugu hasn't referred to him by name. Maybe to ensure that I don't get my hands on his name card, but it's possible that he simply doesn't know it. I'm not quite sure how I reached that conclusion, but it might explain why I find their relationship so abnormal.
名前も知らないのに家族か。
Treating someone as family despite not even knowing their name? What is this? Olive Garden? Eep. I'll get some weird looks if I mutter stuff like that to myself here. Less thinking, more washing. A sigh pours out of me as I soak in the warm water. This time it's a relaxed one though. Her peanut butter hair has made its return. I usually shower at home, so it's been a while since I've gotten to enjoy a bath like this. It's been longer ever since I was last... Oh, it's been even longer since I was last at a bathhouse. I was still in elementary school, so I came with my gran.
おばあちゃん。
Gran. I whisper quietly so that the sound of the faucet will drown it out. I still message and talk to her over the phone, but I haven't seen her at all since March. She's my one and only family. I can't blame her since she has other relatives, but it's hard not to feel lonely sometimes. Then again, maybe I should be thankful that she's away right now. Otherwise, she'd run the risk of being taken hostage by people like numeral 11.
寝てもいたね。でもあの子は自由だし、言葉が通じないからな。
Don't need to worry about Lath being targeted at least. Not like it can talk. It's not the cat from Ghost Stories. The next time I'll be able to see her is over summer vacation. I'll be sure to pay her a visit. Summer vacation. Assuming I don't get eliminated, Divine Selection is scheduled to end around then. So I won't ever get to see her again if I'm eliminated. However, being the sole survivor means I won't ever be able to see Miharu ever again. Sonya's words come to mind. It's possible to alter fate, so it lets us both make it through together. There are still too many unknowns within Divine Selection, but I feel like I know which answer I should be pursuing. Thinking about Sonya causes my eyes to tear up, but I suck it up and keep them from falling. I need to focus on what I can do right now.
流されちゃったなら流されたなりに、この状況をうまく使うしかない。
Things didn't go quite as I expected, but I can still make the most of the situation. The situation! That's the conclusion I've come to. My initial plan is to get my hands on Shigetsugu's and that boy's information, but I can leave that alone for now. I'm pretty sure they don't think poorly of me. In that case, it's possible for me to form an alliance with them. Doing so would put me on level ground against the likes of Alan and numeral 11. However, I'm not convinced I have it in me to eliminate those two when the time comes. I feel like I'd struggle with it even now. I lack Miharu's determination. Even if Sonya had asked me to eliminate her, I highly doubt I would have been able to.
もっと楽しいことを考えよう。
Let's think about something more pleasant. Like the fireworks display we all promised to go see, for example, which happens to take place after Divine Selection ends. It's impossible to influence my thoughts away from Divine Selection, so I resort to counting the droplets of water as they fall from my hair. She did full immersion. You!
どうして待ってるんですか？
Is there a reason you waited for me? Both Shigetsugu and the boy are perched on a sofa by the entrance. The boy has fallen asleep with his back against it, though.
この子が待っているうちに眠ってしまったがの。
This one was rather adamant, you see. Fell asleep before you finished, though.
この体ででっかい偉人さんたちと戦ったんじゃ。疲労もたまるじゃろ。
Hardly surprising with that frame. Must be exhausted after fighting two large foreign ores.
別に待たなくてよかったのに。
You could have just left with them.
そう言うでない。この子は年の近いお主と話せて嬉しかったんじゃよ。
Come now, he was giddy about being able to speak with someone around his age.
おそらくかつていた場所では友達がいなかったんじゃろ。今も近所からは避けられてるしの。
I can only assume he had no friends before, and now he's being avoided by those in our neighborhood.
年近いかな。
Are he and I really that close in age? He's not much smaller than me, but his attitude and facial expressions make him seem years younger. I give the boy another look up and down.
信じられないです。こんな小さいのに、あの人たちに負けないどころか、退散させたんだなんて。
I honestly find it hard to believe that someone like him could make those two retreat.
信じられない。が、前にも似たようなことがあっての。
Which is understandable, but something similar happened before. I wait for him to follow up, but he offers a smile instead.
その前に喉が渇いたの。コーヒー牛乳を買ってきてくれんか。わしが動いてこの子を起こしちゃ悪いしの。
I'd like to go on, but boy am I thirsty. Could you get me some milk, coffee milk? I'd hate to wake him up by moving.
いいですけど。
Sure. I return after grabbing something for the both of us.
あ、 と入浴料しか持ってきとらんかった。すまんが、後で返すから許してくれんか。
Oops. I did it again. I only brought enough to pay for the bath. Mind if I pay you back later?
わざとですよね。
This is intentional, isn't it?
そんなことはないわい。
Oh, ho, not at all. Unimpressed as I am over an old man mooching off someone my age, I'm better off forcing him to keep talking.
この子と会って間もない頃の話じゃ。
It wasn't too long after I'd met him.
深夜、この子が目を覚ましてしまっての。散歩に連れ出して、わしがこの子と歩いている時じゃった。
He had woken up in the middle of the night, and so I took him out for a walk.
急に催してしまったんじゃが、たまたま近くに公園があっての。わし一人で便所へ行ったんじゃ。
I had to use the restroom while we were out, and fortunately, a nearby park had one.
この子は好奇心旺盛での。ネズミか何かを追って公園から離れていたらしいんじゃ。わし一人でキョロキョロしていると、柄の悪い若者が3人近づいてきての。
After taking care of business, I returned to find him gone. His curiosity had gotten the better of him, leading him to chase a small animal. As I wandered around looking for him, 3 young men approached.
親父狩りというやつじゃの。こんなじじいが金を持っているように見えんじゃろうが、自分より弱そうな相手なら誰でもよかったんじゃろ。
Not friendly youngsters either. They were the type to prey on old men. Even I'm aware that I don't look very well off, but I doubt they cared. They were satisfied with any target weaker than them.
わしは一発殴られたんじゃ。それで金を出せと言われた。連中の中にはバットを持ってるやつもおったの。
One punched me before demanding I give them my money. Another stood by, bat in hand.
ひどい。
That's awful.
じゃが、そこにこの子が帰ってきた。この子は状況を見るなり一言こう聞いたんじゃ。
However, he came back during that. After processing the situation, he asked me a simple question.
その人たちはおじいちゃんの敵とな。
He asked, "Are these people trying to hurt you?"
わしはその時、肯定の返事をしてしまったことをほんの少しだけ後悔しておる。
Part of me regrets saying yes.
この子は直後、若者3人を病院送りにしたんじゃ。
As soon as I did, he wasted no time in hospitalizing all 3. I was mesmerized as he described the event in detail. He dodged a bat swing and ripped it from the assailant's hand in one motion, following up with a solid blow
Hope
to the
everyone
face.
enjoys it here. Please
Then he
follow the stream.
struck the legs of the second one with said bat before smashing them in the face as well. The one who punched Shigetsugu tried to run, but the boy spun around to build momentum before flinging the bat straight at his head. He finished by knocking the final attacker off his feet, jumping on top of him and strangling him into unconsciousness.
わしが止める暇もなかった。
I didn't even have the chance to make him stop. There's no doubt Shigetsugu would have experienced far worse had the boy not shown up. Oh no, I thought I had to sneeze. They would have beaten him regardless of whether or not he gave them money.
驚くわしに近づいて、この子は平然と帰ろうと言ったんじゃ。
He approached me afterwards and casually suggested we go home. I was gobsmacked, to say the least.
じゃが、わしは怖いとは思わんかった。頼もしいと思ったよ。この子は暴力で屈することがないと安心した。
But I wasn't afraid. If anything, I was relieved. I knew I could rely on him not to buckle under the threat of violence.
そんな戦い方を 体が勝手に動いたとでも。
Do you think his body's programmed to fight like that?
やろうな。この子は自分の体が小さいことを、力が弱いことを分かっておるんじゃろうな。
Most likely. He has to be aware of his own size and frailty. We're still in week 5 somehow.
きっと忘れている記憶は壮絶な人生のはずじゃ。訓練と実践の経験がなければ子供があんな動きをできまいて。
I can only imagine what fearsome things lay dormant in his memories. There's simply no way a child could fight like that without proper combat training and experience. Child soldiers in countries rife with combat come to mind. I'm only aware of what I've seen in the news, but there have been plenty of pictures featuring kids holding weapons and engaging in warfare. Assuming Shigetsugu's right, then he might be from such a place. It would explain his cause of death, too. Being exposed to fire seems like it would be common.
じゃがな、この子はいい子じゃ。純粋で優しい。戦うのだってわしのためじゃ。
I truly believe that this child is kind-hearted by nature, though. He fights not for himself, but for my sake. You could say that he fights for his friends. I fight for my friends.
11の人たちとは違うってことですか？
Is that your way of differentiating him from numerals 3 and 11?
その人らをわしは知らん。誰かと比べてでなくての、この子のことを言っとるんじゃよ。
This is no comparison, especially not against people I don't know. I'm simply saying what I believe. I can't say I know much about him, and yet for some reason I can see where Shigetsugu's coming from.
さて、あまり長居するのもいかんし、そろそろ行こうか。
Well, we should probably mosey along.
起こすのもかわいそうじゃし、この子をおんぶしてやってくれんかの。
Would you be so kind as to carry him back for me? I'd hate to wake him up now. He's doing this on purpose. I know he is. And just like that, I end up carrying the boy home. We're both a similar size, so I need to stop and catch my breath now and again. One thing I've noticed is that he's more built than you'd expect. He's built different.
すまんの。わしはどうも腰痛があっての。
Apologies for making you do this, but my poor back just won't allow it.
もう喋らないでください。
Can you just be quiet, please?
怖い怖い。
Oh ho ho, how intimidating. Shigetsugu isn't the most pleasant person to deal with, I've gathered. That aside, this kid must be as young as I think based on how deeply asleep he is.
母さん、なぜ死んでしまったの？
Mom, why did you have to die? I hear him mumbling in his sleep. His speech differs a fair bit from how he speaks with Shigetsugu too. I stop dead in my tracks. This might be what I've been looking for.
どうしたんじゃ？
Is something the matter?
私だって疲れます。
I had to take a break. I move his attention away from me with that answer. It doesn't seem like he's noticed what just happened. I repeat the boy's words in my head as we're walking along. It has to be his regret. I'm to assume that his amnesia doesn't restrict the content of his dreams. In the same vein, it's no stretch to say that he lost his mother at a young age due to where he was raised, which means his regret shouldn't be too hard to get. I do my best not to think about it any further though. I'd best save it for when I get home. Shigetsugu might realize that I've obtained numeral 4's regret card if my book starts to glow here. Ideally, I'd want to avoid making them wary of me. I can feel the sweat running down my brow. Not from my nerves, but because I'm exerting myself right after a hot bath. I'll have to take a shower once I'm home and done with this.
2階が寝室じゃ。すまんが、この子を布団に横にならせてもらえるかの。わしはお茶を入れとるよ。
The bedroom's on the second floor. Could you take him up while I put on some tea? So how did we go from the 29th of Thursday to the 30th of Wednesday? I feel like this is supposed to say Tuesday, but it says Thursday for some reason. I feel like that's a typo. That this is supposed to say Tuesday. Jeez. Fine. I sigh again from being forced to carry a boy upstairs, despite carrying him the whole way home. Today's been nothing but sighs. Here it is. The bedroom door is half open already, so it's easy to find my destination. I approach the futon and lean down to let him off. He grabs onto my arm. He must be confusing me with a mom appearing in his dreams. His tiredness gets the best of him though, and he lets go of my arm right after. The strength of his grip was shocking. I guess he is a boy after all. Even though he still looks like a girl to me. Honestly, I wouldn't blame anyone for thinking it. Just look at that face. On the flip side, I'd probably be feeling pretty nervous right now if he looked both his age and his gender. He must be around 2 or so years younger than me, so even if that were the case, I'd probably be fine. What's that? I notice a half-open drawer out of the corner of my eye. After I ensure that Shigetsugu isn't coming upstairs, I make my way over to it. Sure, it's a half-open drawer, but it's dark in here, and I can't see inside, so I open it nice and slow. I was worried that the noise accompanying it would wake the boy up, but it didn't. I can still barely see inside even after opening it, so I lit it up with my phone. Photos? The shelf is full of old photos, easily over 100. Upon closer inspection, some are relatively new. The contents are mostly the same, family pictures. Featured in them are an old couple, their grandson, and his parents. The grandfather has to be Shigetsugu. Not one to miss any details, are you? My shoulders stiffen in response to the quiet voice from behind me. You sure were taking your time, so I came up to call you down for tea. Come. All I can do is nod without turning around. Much like this afternoon, he's made tea for me. But unlike then, I take my time drinking it. Too bad that doesn't help it make it taste any better. I'm sorry for looking at those photos without permission. I'm the one who left it open, so there's no need to apologize. I might as well say that you're free to eliminate me too while I'm at it. What? There's certainly nothing wrong with an old man like myself getting a few more years out of his life, but truth be told, I'm not concerned about it. With just that, I understand the meaning behind those photos. That's your regret, isn't it? The family that he held so dear. There are a few pictures of them abroad as well. He's living alone now, but it's likely that the rest of his family stayed here at some point. An old man like me has no reason to hope for the future. That's why I catch myself wishing to go back to those days. A regret rooted in neither the present nor the future, but the past. Park has said that one's regrets represent the future, but that's not always the case. Regret is born from something you can't bring yourself to give up on. In that sense, it's logical that wanting to go back to better times can become one's regret. You can't go back to the past, though. Oh ho ho, I'm aware. Being with him has helped me to overcome my loneliness, though. It brings back good memories.
でも必ず終わりは来ます。
Can you still say that, knowing it won't last?
お主とでは価値観が違うかもしれんがの。終わりなぞ怖くはないぞ。
I believe we see things different. Such a reality doesn't scare me in the slightest. His tone makes it clear he has no ulterior motive.
もっとも、あの子のことは気がかりじゃが。選定が終わった後も生き残って幸せになれるか。わしにはようわからんよ。
My sole concern is whether or not he would be able to live a happy life should he survive divine selection.
私に言われてももっとわかりません。
I hope you're not expecting an answer from me.
あの子の未練のことなら、お主も想像がついておるだろう。
You must have had an idea, or must have an idea regarding his regret, yes? This question takes me by surprise.
あの子の寝言は、わしも聞いたことがあるからの。あれはきっと、あの子の眠っている記憶。まあ、深層心理みたいなものから出たものだと思っておる。
I've heard him mumble in his sleep a number of times as well. Those must be the memories that hide deep within his psyche.
帰路で足を止めたとき、お主は何かに驚いていたからの。
I noticed your surprise over something as we were walking back. I figured he hadn't noticed at the time, but he simply chose to keep quiet. This old man really is a mystery.
あの子の未練はきっと叶わんことじゃ。わしと同じ。過去に向けられた未練じゃ。
Both of our regrets are similar. Both are rooted in the past, never to come to fruition.
それで選定が終わった後も幸せかどうかを気にしていたんですね。
That's why you're worried over whether or not he can find happiness after this is all over.
まさか私にあの子をおんぶさせたのって。
Interesting. A new soundboard was added. Don't tell me that's really why you wanted me to carry him.
さすがにそれは想定外じゃ。
Wait, what was that?
それでまさか。
さすがにそれは想定外じゃ。わしもそこまでひどいことはせんよ。
Heavens no. Even I wouldn't do something that cruel. It was pure coincidence. He laughs it off, but that doesn't quell my suspicion.
あなたは何が目的なんですか？
What exactly is your goal here? Nothing's gonna come from letting him control the conversation. I'm not sure if he's doing it on purpose or if that's just the kind of person he is, but I'm over it.
あの子にご飯を作ってあげてくれんかの。
Could I ask you to make him some dinner?
わけわからないんですけど。
You wanna repeat that?
ならばこうしよう。一度でいい。このお願いを聞いてくれたら、わしの死因をお主に教える。
How about this? If you do me this favor just once, I'll tell you my cause of death.
いや、そうじゃなくって。
You're missing the point here.
せめて少しでもこの子の未練を叶えてあげたいんじゃ。
All I want is to help him overcome his regret, even if just a little. He pauses briefly before explaining.
わしは料理がからっきしでの。あの子が来てから食べたものといえば、コンビニやスーパーで買ったものばかりじゃ。
Cooking isn't my forte, to say the least. I've only been able to provide him with ready-made meals from convenience stores and supermarkets.
牛塚さんが作ってあげればいいんじゃないですか？
Can't you just try and cook him something then?
わしの息子の嫁にも似たようなことを言われたことを思い出したわい。
Oh ho ho. My daughter-in-law once said the same thing.
やっぱり一緒に住んでいたことがあるんですね。
So you did live together at one point then?
息子が結婚してから数年間だけじゃがの。わしの妻は早くに死んだから、わしと息子夫婦3人で暮らしていたんじゃ。
Only for a few years after my son's marriage. My wife passed away some time before then, so both of them came to live with me.
孫が生まれる前に息子たちは家を出て、ほとんどそれっきりじゃがの。
They left not long after before my grandchild was born, though. I haven't seen much of them since. There's a tinge of sadness in his voice as he recalls the past. His regret may have come about during the time when they were living here. I've never seen him look so emotional. That's all I needed to confirm that his regret is rooted in those days.
おっと、話がそれてしまったの。
Goodness, we certainly got off topic.
ともかくじゃ。これに関しては、わしが料理を作っても無理なんじゃよ。
What I'm trying to say is that there's no point in it being my cooking.
いや、もしかして。
But that... wait a minute. I finally catch on to why he's so particular about this.
あの子の未練はもしかして母親の手料理？
His regret wouldn't happen to be about his mother's cooking, would it? Light spills forth from my bag the moment I ask. It has to be in response to my having figured out numeral 4's regret. A regret he'll never be able to fulfill. Shigetsugu casts his eye over my bag for a moment, likely having understood what just happened, before continuing.
あの子が母親に料理を作ってもらったことがあるのかないのか、わしにはわからん。
I'm not sure whether he had the opportunity to taste his own mother's cooking or not.
じゃがある時、定食屋でテレビを見ていたことがあったんじゃ。他愛のないドラマじゃったかの。
But something unexpected happened one day while we were dining out. He was watching the TV there where one of those everyday shows was airing.
ドラマの登場人物に母親がいての。ちょうどあの子と同じくらいの息子もおった。
One of the characters was the mother of a child around his age.
その母親の作った料理を嬉しそうな顔で食べておったんじゃ。よくある日常の場面じゃよ。
There was a scene involving them both where the child looked elated while eating his mother's cooking. Quite your run-of-the-mill scene for such shows.
それを見ていての、あの子は泣いていたんじゃ。自分でも理由はよくわからないと言っていたんじゃが、記憶の奥で思うところがあったんじゃろうな。
But he started to cry as he watched it. He wasn't even sure why, so it must have subconsciously stirred up his forgotten memories.
テレビは時々見ておったが、あの子があんな反応を見せたのはその時だけじゃった。
He'd watched TV plenty before that, but this was the first time he'd ever had such a reaction.
それに気づいた時、わしの本が光って、あの子のカードができたんじゃ。
Having realized what was going on, my book began to glow, and thus I obtained his card.
私に母親の代わりをさせるってことですよね。そんなの無茶ですよ。
So what? I'm supposed to be a surrogate for his mother? Don't you realize how unreasonable that is?
そんなことは分かっておる。じゃからお主も得をするよう、わしの死因を教えると言っておるんじゃ。
Of course I do. That's why I offered up my cause of death in exchange. His tone turns far more coercive, likely in an attempt to pressure me into agreeing. Sudden change is surprising, but I hold my ground and stare him down. It isn't an attempt to hide my surprise or fear, I am just really angry with him.
きっとあなたの未練はあなたのせいで失ったんですね。
You only have... that's not her voice. You only have yourself to blame for your regret.
分かっておる。
I am aware of that too. His painful acknowledgement is followed by him lowering his head. He lowers it so far that his head almost touches the floor.
取引のようなやり方はお主に通じんことはよく分かった。
I realize now that treating this like a deal won't work.
ただのジジイのお願いじゃ。気休めかもしれん。わしの自己満足かもしれん。
But please hear me out. It may simply be an attempt to satisfy my own ego.
あの子に手料理を作ってやってくれんか。
Even so, I'd like you to make something for him. I need time to think. What's the correct way to respond to this? It's entirely possible that numeral 4 won't be able to fulfill his regret even if he lives through this. Not to mention that there's no way my cooking will help him do so. What happens after I do all this? Assuming I get Shigetsugu's cause of death and use it to eliminate him, what would happen after that? Is he even thinking that far ahead?
わしはできることはやっておきたいんじゃ。
I want to do anything I can for him. This statement alone tells me that he isn't. What? At the same time, it tells me just how much he cares. It's the same mindset I had towards Sonya after all.
わかりました。
I'll do it.
本当か。
Really?
ただし、それっきりです。今日は遅いので、明日の夜ご飯を作りますから、それっきり関わらない。
On one condition. It's already late, so I'll make dinner for him tomorrow. But after that, I'm cutting all ties with you both.
牛塚さんからもあの子にそう伝えてください。そして今後、私があなたやあの子を脱落させても恨まないでください。
So don't hold it against me if I eliminate either of you down the line. Make sure to tell him this as well.
約束しよう。わしはもともとお主ら他の参加者を狙うつもりはなかったんじゃ。
Understood. As I've said, I have no intention of going after other participants in the first place.
じゃが、あの子が自分の意思で他の参加者を脱落させようと動き出したとき、わしは止めることはできん。
But keep in mind that I won't be able to stop him should he decide to eliminate others. A brief, tense silence follows his claim. He isn't bluffing, that much I can tell.
構いません。それは今の状況でも同じですから。
That's fine. It pretty much describes the situation as it stands. I answer without much hesitation. My best option is to lower the chance that I become their target. Granted, I've already settled on agreeing to his proposition before taking that into consideration. His desire hits too close to home for me to refuse.
昔もこうできれば、わしは孤独にはならんかったかもしれんの。
Perhaps life would have been different had I been able to handle things like this in the past. He mutters under his breath. He likely intended for me not to hear him.
では、今度こそもう帰ります。明日の夕方6時過ぎにまた来ます。買い物もしてきちゃいます。
I'm going home. For real this time. I'll be back around 6 p.m. tomorrow. Don't worry about the shopping. I'll handle it. Oops.
どうかしたかの？
As I watch, he pulls himself onto his feet.
わかった。どうかしたかの？
Is something the matter?
では、
どう？
お金。さっきのコーヒー牛乳の分と明日の買い物の分前払いしてください。お釣りはちゃんと返しますから。
You still owe me for the coffee milk. While we're at it, I want money for tomorrow's shopping too. You'll get your change back when I arrive.
ケチじゃの。
Stingy youngsters.
当然です。
It's common courtesy. I agreed to cook with him, but I certainly won't be preparing a 5-star meal. I'm sure that Shigetsugu will wriggle out of paying me back unless I demand it right now. So there you have it. He eventually gives in and hands me 3 1,000 yen notes. After that, I can finally leave. I crash down onto my bed as soon as I arrive.
も
Ah, jeez. Jeez, Rick. Jeez, Rinka. Been a while since I last screamed into my pillow.
う、ミハルに話したらバカかいでは済まないな。
Miharu would be like, you an idiot, if she were here. Without thinking, I talked to myself out loud. Not only did I succeed in gathering information about Shigetsugu, but I also met the boy staying with him, and I somehow agreed to cook that boy dinner. I didn't let myself be influenced this time, though. I agreed to do it of my own volition. Dangerous as it may be to get involved with other participants, there's something far more important to figure out. Do I have what it takes to eliminate them after getting this attached? Yes, you do, Rinka, because as long as that decision is left to me, the player, you will be able to do it. I need to find my answer to that before I obtain all their cards.
シャワー浴びよう。
Time for a shower. Lucky for me, I've already gotten used to putting off the questions I can't answer yet. When will this week end? It's still going. I go to bed each night confident that I will wake up the next day. We have so many more days, it's only Thursday. Well, it's the one constant in my life, even with the advent of divine selection. Well, on days where an election isn't being held anyway. I drag myself from bed and get ready for school like always. My plans for the evening are already set, so I won't be opening the store today. I've kept it closed so often lately that I'm starting to run out of excuses for my gran. Granted, she's never too persistent about me opening it up because we either hardly make anything out of it or we actually lose money. That, plus, she seems to realize that I'm all caught up in something else at the moment. Not to imply that she knows about the divine selection, of course. She most likely thinks I'm busy with exams or personal issues. My grades are hardly stellar, so it's not surprising that she's concerned. I noticed Naomi as I walked through the gate. She's a friend too. Should we talk to her or leave her be? Just let it be. Let's talk to her. I feel bad stepping in when she's with a friend, but I might as well say hello.
ナオミ、おはよう。
Morning, Naomi.
リンカ先輩、おはようございます。
Oh, good morning. She turns and greets me with a smile. Right after, she introduces me to her friend, informing her that I'm the one who helped her with the coffee stuff for the culture festival. Seems like she knows the rumors about me, but hasn't actually realized I'm the subject of said rumors until now. She isn't intimidated though. In fact, she thanks me for my help. Looks like things are going smoothly on that front. The three of us make our way into the building together and then split up to make our way to class. Now I'm kind of curious, what would happen if we didn't do that? Let's see what happens. Let's load our quick save. Oh, actually, that's a separate button, isn't it? Load. Where's my quick save? Huh, wait, hold on. Let me make a hard save here. Where's my quick save? Where's my quick load, I guess, is the better part. Oh, here. Oh, it actually makes multiple quick saves. Huh, I didn't know that we had more quick saves. That's funny that you can quick save multiple times. I didn't know that. That's interesting. I'm gonna go back and make some of these hard saves, actually. I want to make some of these hard saves. I want to make this a hard save. I want to make this a save. We'll put it on save here. Can I rename this? No. I also want to say, I want to save some other things. Because I'm not sure when these get, like, removed, like, after a certain amount of time. I also want to load this and make this a hard save. So, let me go. Just let me go. Whoa, whoa. Just let it be. Why don't you let go of me? Let go of me. I doubt any of this will really change anything, if I'm being completely honest. I am kind of curious though to see what would happen if you were to just say no. We're gonna ignore Sonia. What happens if you do this? Oh, it's the same thing, okay. It's just a slightly different bit of dialogue. Oh, that's what I figured. Now I'm curious about this. Let me go.
ちょっと恥ずかしいから話して。
ならまた僕の隣に座ってもらえないかな。それまで話せないよ。
Okay, it's the same.
Nani?
Okay, it's just a slightly different bit of dialogue. Anyway, let's load this. I want to see what happens if we just ignore her. What happens if we just ignore her? Best off leaving her be. Last thing I want, yeah. Wah! Trips over nothing as usual. Her friend catches her, fortunately. She laughs it off. Naomi hasn't noticed me, so they make their way into the building together. I decided to slow my pace. Oh, okay. Well, I'm gonna talk to Naomi then. It doesn't appear that anything is different. It didn't really affect anything, so I'm gonna talk to her. It's just a slightly different thing. Anyway. Once I get back home, I have a look at what seasonings I should take with me when I go to cook dinner. I doubt I'll be able to get everything I need with the money Shigetsugu's given me, and buying new stuff would be a waste because I'm only going there once.
カレーでいいかな。カレーならおばあちゃんのレシピがあったはず。
I guess curry works. Pretty sure I've got Gran's recipe lying around somewhere too. Curry used to be a Linehouse staple before I took over. I've helped make it a number of times, but I've never made it from scratch. It should be fine so long as I follow the recipe though. Curry is pretty timeless too, so let's go with that. I packed some seasonings, spices, a pot, and a spare container before making my way to Shigetsugu's home. Beef, potatoes, onions, carrots, apples, and yogurt are the main ingredients I need. I head to his house after getting them. While I'm on my way, I make sure to keep an eye out for Federico numeral 11. I don't notice anyone suspicious, but I think that's due to it being so busy at this time of night. I'm somewhat worried about more odd rumors spreading, considering the neighbors' attitude towards this place, but I should be fine if it's just this once.
おお、待っとったよ。
Oh, I'm pleased to see you actually turned up.
お姉ちゃん聞いたよ。ご飯作ってくれるんだよね。
Hey, it's the nice lady. I heard you're gonna make us dinner.
僕何でも手伝うから。料理って一回してみたかったんだ。
Let me help. I want to try cooking too.
お姉ちゃん。
The nice lady, huh? That's one way to shatter the illusion of me being his mother. I carry the bags into the kitchen and then hand Shigetsugu the recipe and his change, or their receipt and his change.
じゃあ、じゃがいもと人参の皮を剥いてもらおうかな。
Let's leave peeling the potatoes and carrots to you then.
わかった。
Okay.
その前に、まず手洗いね。
Make sure to wash your hands first. I put my apron on before washing my hands. He follows suit, so I hand the potatoes and carrots over to him. Meanwhile, Shigetsugu watches TV in the living room. First up is beef preparation. I dice the meat into cubes and sprinkle those with salt and pepper. Beef can be a bit chewy, so I cut some extra slits in them to help with that. After that, I grate an apple into a bag alongside yogurt, honey, and the spice mixture from my Gran's recipe before combining everything.
あの
He looks up at me with a puzzled expression, potato in hand. I'm sorry, that's not a potato. That is an onion, my guy.
どうすればいいの？
What do I do with this?
ああ、そっか。そこからか。ピーラーはなさそう。よし。じゃあ、見ててね。
Oh, right. I guess I need to teach you from scratch. I don't see any peelers, so... I take the potato and show him how to peel it using a knife.
すごい。
Wow!
何にもすごくないよ。じゃあ、やってみて。ああ、包丁は危ないから気をつけてね。
It's nothing impressive. Here, give it a shot. Just be careful. I don't need you cutting yourself. The knife was surprisingly sharp. Not sure if that goes to how little I cook or not.
僕が研いだ包丁でちゃんと料理できるなんて。
It's hard to believe I'm cooking with the knife that I sharpened myself. I don't have it in it me to ask why he'd need to sharpen a knife like that for anything other than cooking. Either way, he's able to peel the potato far better than me. Same with the carrots. I decided to leave all the vegetables to him.
目が
My eyes sting.
玉ねぎを切るとそうなっちゃうよね。あ、目をこすったらもっとダメだよ。
Yeah, that'll happen when you cut onions. Just don't rub your eyes. That'll make it worse.
お姉ちゃん、やっと笑ったね。
Hey, you finally smiled. Huh?
ずっと怖い顔だったけど、今はなんかちょっと楽しそう。敵じゃなくて本当に良かった。
You were making a scary face before, but right now you look like you're having fun. I'm glad you're not our enemy. I suppose I did loosen up the moment I started cooking. I mean, I've been checking every now and then to make sure Shigetsugu isn't rummaging through my stuff, but it's true I haven't been on edge as I should be.
僕ね、楽しみなんだ。カレーは温めるやつで食べたことあるけど、どうやって作るか知らないもん。
I've always wanted to know how curry's made, so I've been looking forward to this.
ただ野菜切っただけなのにどうなるのかなって。
All I did was peel and cut vegetables, so now I'm even more curious about the rest.
そっか。じゃあ、頑張ろうね。
Why is their balance so low? Guess we'll have to make it extra good then. I let another smile slip. I can't help it though. Seeing his eyes sparkle with curiosity is too precious. Another part of me wishes that we'd met under different circumstances.
わーい、できた。
Yay, it's done! 2 hours later and it's finally ready. The smell wafting out from the pot reminds me exactly of the curry my gran would cook. I tasted it to make sure it turned out fine, but I'm still nervous because other people are going to eat it too.
おお、ごちそうじゃな。
My, this looks fantastic.
お待たせしました。これでいいんですよね。
Sorry for the wait. I take it this will do?
あの子もとっても喜んでおるしの。お主は食べていかんのか？
He's over the moon, so it's more than enough. Will you be staying to eat with me?
まさか、ここまで来たんですから、私もいただきます。
Obviously, I wouldn't come all this way to cook and then leave.
早く食べようよ。
Come on.
おお、すまんすまん。
Oops, sorry about that.
いただきます。
Let's see how it tastes. I get started on mine after they dig in. It's not quite on my grand's level, but this is still pretty delicious. It hasn't been too long since the last time I had an experience like this. Miharu, Sonia, and I ate together often before Sonia was eliminated. Funny how divine selection of all things is what's blessed me with these experiences. Blessed, huh? Hashtag blessed. I guess I need to accept that I have been enjoying myself. And you know what?
味が濃くないかな。
She was like,
I need to be myself. I can't be no one else. I'm feeling supersonic. Give me gin and tonic. You can have it all, but how much do you want it?
this sauce is rather strong, wouldn't you say? Oops.
ちょっと
文句言わないでください。
I refuse to field any complaints.
とっても美味しい。お姉ちゃんの作ってくれたカレー、とっても美味しいよ。
This is so good. Your cooking's great. Aw, geez, what a good kid.
おじいちゃん見た？これ僕が切ったんだよ。
Hey, did you know I cut these by myself?
この人参か芋か。とってもうまいの。
The carrots and potatoes. Well, you did a fantastic job with them.
わーい。
親バカならぬ、じじバカ？
Are you? That's not her. Are you more? Are you more of a doting father or a doting grandfather? Whatever, I'm glad he likes it at least. I try not to insert myself into the conversation too much, opting to eat in silence instead.
昔を思い出すの。
This certainly brings back memories.
息子が初めて料理したのもカレーじゃったかの。野菜を切って喜んで。
Curry was the first meal my son ever helped cook. If I recall, he was so happy as he peeled and cut the vegetables.
どうして今になって思い
Incoming
出
ad
すん
break.
じゃろうな。
Why is this coming back to me now, of all times? His eyes fixate on the curry as he recalls days long past. Small droplets of water catch in his eyelashes as they form. I'm not sure how or when it happened, but curry's become the go-to household meal in Japan. Just making it tonight brought back memories of the time I spent with my gran. So it makes sense for him to be reminded of a similar time he spent with his own family. A clang resounds through the house while I'm caught up in those thoughts. I turn my attention to where it's come from. It's the boy who has just slapped his spoon down onto his plate.
昔ってそんなに大事なものなのかな。
Is the past really that important? Neither of us answer his question. His gaze is focused on Shigetsugu. While Shigetsugu is recalling his past, the boy must have understood that he had no place in those memories, despite his fondness for him. Baby, you... Even worse, he has no memories of his own to recall in the first place.
僕はいろいろなことを忘れてる。でもおじいちゃんを見てて思ったことがあるよ。
I've forgotten lots of things from my past, but there's one thing I can say for sure.
僕の記憶の中にこんな幸せでゆっくりした風景はなかった。
I've probably never had a single nice and happy experience like this before.
お主
Do you...
あ、
Grr. All of a sudden, he clutches his head and groans in pain.
ちょっと
Are you alright? His memories. It's just like the first time we came face to face outside the dream world. I was struck with a headache as well at that time, but now, it's just him. Shigetsugu gets him to lay down, an expression of fear on his face.
大丈夫か。
Are you okay?
落ち着くんじゃ。
Calm
No.
yourself. I'm not sure if he heard Shigetsugu or not, but he eventually closes his eyes and passes out. But he does eventually close his eyes and pass out. I help take him back up to his room. Once that's done, I finish my curry and wash the dishes. There's plenty left to spare, so I pack it into the spare container I brought and put it in the fridge. All they need to do is heat it up in a pot.
時々あるんじゃよ。
This isn't the first time that's happened.
あの子があんな風になってしまうことがですか。
You mean the sudden headache? He nods silently before continuing.
あの子が何かのきっかけに記憶を取り戻そうとするとき、それが意識的か無意識なのかはわからんが、ともかく頭痛に襲われているようなんじゃ。
He suffers from headaches whenever something triggers his memories. I'm not quite sure if it's conscious or subconscious, though.
その後は決まって寝てしまう。心配はいらんよ。数時間は目を覚まさんが、起きたら何事もなかったようにピンピンしとる。
It's nothing to worry about. He sleeps for a few hours afterwards and is perfectly fine once he wakes up. It's somewhat odd to be told not to worry about someone who's supposed to be your enemy. But even more odd is the fact that I really am worried.
すまんの。予想できたはずだったんじゃが、あの子が嬉しそうで忘れておった。
I should have anticipated this, but seeing him so happy made me forget all about it. Please accept my apologies.
いえ。
じゃが、あの子が料理も食事も喜んでおったのは本当なんじゃ。
He really did seem to enjoy the experience, though.
分かってます。おじいちゃん思いの優しい子ですよね。選定がなければ弟みたいに感じていたかもしれません。
I'm aware. I can tell he cares a lot about you, too. I might have seen him more as a little brother if it weren't for divine selection.
選定がなければわしらは出会いもせんかったがの。
So you say. But if it weren't for that, we never would have met in the first place.
そうじゃの。 わしも改めて礼を言わせてもらおう。
Regardless, allow me to thank you once again.
ありがとう。幸せそうなあの子を見ることができて、わしもまた幸せじゃった。
Just seeing him beside himself like that made me happy as well.
はい。
Sure. I can feel my eyes strain through this exchange. I really shouldn't be thanked by my supposed enemy. The reality of what's going on here is all too clear, though. Yet again, I'm struggling to come to terms with what I need to do in the face of this small happiness felt while spending time with them. You won't have a choice, Rinka.
ここからはお主が昨日言った通りにしよ
This seems to be an ideal time to make good on our promise from yesterday.
はい。お願いします。
Yeah, it'd be for the best. I won't be involved with them anymore. That's the ideal outcome.
タッパーは返さなくていいです。正直、私もちょっと楽しかったです。だから、あんまり負い目は感じないでください。
Keep the container with the leftovers. I actually enjoyed this a bit more than expected, so don't feel bad about dragging me into it.
う。もともと気にしとらんから大丈夫じゃよ。
Oh, worry not. I never felt bad in the first place.
さて、別れる前に約束じゃ。わしの死因を教えよ
Before you go, allow me to tell you my cause of death. He switches to a far more grim topic before he even bothers to sit down. I honestly wouldn't have cared if he'd forgotten about this part of the promise. I still don't know if I have it in me to elect him, even after learning it. Chances are high that I won't be able to, since I've gotten this attached to them both. So I'd much rather not know at all than face the regret and self-loathing over knowing, yet being unable to elect them. But at the same time, I can't refuse to listen now that he's brought it up.
孤独死というのはわかるじゃろ。
You're aware of the cases where people are discovered dead in their homes, I assume.
はい。たまにニュースでは見ますから。
I've seen reports of it on the news every now and again.
わしもその一例じゃよ。
I am one such case. Elderly people living on their own is already a problem in its own right. The risk of them passing away without anyone noticing gets higher if they have no relatives or friends in their neighborhood to check up on them. I expected this to be the case for him after hearing how rumors had spread about him having starved to death and whatnot.
わしは腰痛があっての。ふとした拍子で痛みが来て動けなくなることも多い。
My lower back isn't in peak condition, you see. I'm prone to the sudden onset of pain, sometimes to the point where I'm unable to move at all.
じゃからなるべく缶詰や即席料理なんかを買いためておったんじゃ。まともな料理をしておると急に動けなくなってガスも止められず火事なんてことになりかねんしの。
That's why I made it a point to buy as much canned food and ready-made meals as possible. The last thing I wanted was one of those episodes to happen while cooking, leading to a fire.
それは言い訳かもしれんが。それはいい。
That may have just been an excuse for me to be lazy, but let's set that aside for now.
雨の日じゃったかの。これまでで一番ひどい腰痛が来た。わしは動けなくなってしまった。はって動くことすらできんほどじゃ。
The worst episode ever struck me during a rainy day. It was so bad that I couldn't even crawl.
あとはわかるじゃろ。水も飯もなければ人は生きていけん。数日のうちにわしは餓死した。
The rest goes without saying. No one can survive without proper sustenance, so it was a matter of days before I starved to death.
一日経ったあたりから記憶が曖昧での。正確な日時は思い出せん。
My memory is rather fuzzy after the first day, so I can't give you an accurate date as to when I died.
自宅で餓死なんて情けないとは思うがの。家族に捨てられたわしの末路としてはふさわしいかもしれん。
Passing away all alone in your home is quite the pathetic way to go, isn't it? It may be fitting for me, though, after I caused my own family to abandon me.
そんなことは。
That's not true.
よいよい。お主も感じているとは思うが、わしはひねくれもんじゃ。
No need for sympathy. I'm sure you've realized how cynical I am by now.
あの子に会って少し変わったくらいじゃ。いや、少し戻ったという方がいいかの。家族と仲が良かった頃のわしにの。
I do feel like I've changed somewhat ever since meeting him. Perhaps it's more accurate to say I was able to go back to how I was during the days when I still got along with my family.
確かにあったんじゃよ。そんな頃も。せめてもう一度会いたかったの。
It's somewhat hard to believe that there was a time where we all got along like that. I wish I could have seen them at least once before I died.
いかんの。年寄りになると辛気臭くなる上に話が長くなる。
Oh ho ho, my apologies. Looks like I've become the stereotypical talkative old man.
わしのことを脱落させにくくしているわけじゃないんじゃよ。これは本音じゃ。
Trust me when I say that this all hasn't been an attempt to make it harder for you to eliminate me. He's spoken his regret loud and clear, a regret so simple that anyone could understand it. If there's one thing I know for sure at this point, it's that I won't be able to elect him without hesitation.
では、私はもう行きますね。
I'll be taking my leave now.
夜も遅いから気をつけるんじゃよ。
It has gotten rather late. Do take care.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. And then she gets kidnapped. I don't have much to say regarding his cause of death. There's no doubt that my facial expression as he told me was enough to get across how I felt, though. As I approach the entrance, a knock echoes down the hall. Someone's at the door.
ちょっと待っておれ。こんな時間に。借金取りじゃないといいがの。
Wait, people wouldn't normally come by at this hour. Hope it isn't a debt collector. He stumbles back and falls flat in his rear after looking through the peephole. I'm not sure what he's seen, but the knocking grows even more fierce.
お主は。
Sure. He hurries back to his feet and reaches for the door once he recalls he has not locked it. I'm shocked his back hasn't given out, but it seems he's faring much better in that regard due to divine selection, much like how Sonia's illness had subsided. Now it's obvious what's going on. It has to be those two. I try to get to the door, but Shigetsugu stops me. Not like it would have mattered either way, since the door has already been opened. They probably noticed it was unlocked before Shigetsugu.
なんじゃやぶから棒に。
How dare you barge in like this?
黙れ。
Shut up! It turns out to be none other than numeral 12, a land scorpion. He grabs Shigetsugu by the collar before closing the door behind him. Their sheer differences in height and build causes Shigetsugu to get lifted right into the air by his shirt. Part of me wishes numeral 4 was down here with us. There was no opportunity to call for him though. Not to mention that it'd probably be for nothing if all the noise so far hadn't woken him up.
なぜ君が。
You! Why are you here?
11の人じゃない。
I could ask you the same question.
まあいい。
Well, no matter. He returns his attention to Shigetsugu.
まずは貴様からだ。
I will deal with you first.
ちょっと待ってください。いきなりやってきて、そんな。彼を離してください。
Let him go. You can't just burst into someone's home and do this to them.
君はまた他人に肩入れしているのだな。
I see you're meddling with others again.
あなたには関係ない。
What do you care? I can't lie. Right now, I'm terrified. Those frigid eyes alone are enough to instill fear in most people, but add in his build and lack of hesitation to use force like this? I can't run away though. I won't abandon Shigetsugu. If you ask me why, well, I'm not quite sure. Besides,
私が人を呼んだら不利なのはあなたの方だ。
Besides, there's not much you can do if I scream for help.
僕ならそれより早く君の動きを止められる。
Unless I stop you from doing so.
待って。話を。
Wait, listen to what I have to say.
声を出すのは
僕が質問をした時だけにするんだ。
Keep your mouth shut until I give you permission to speak.
わしは貴様の未練を知っておる。
I know your regrets.
何？
But
だから話を。
hear me out. Although hesitant, he eventually releases Shigetsugu, and Shigetsugu lands on his backside again. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to have hurt all that much.
お主焦っておるな。
You seem awfully desperate, don't you?
余計なことはいらない。貴様の情報だけ話せ。
Spare me the attitude. Tell me what you know.
3と11の参加者がうちに来たのを見ておったのだろう。
You're aware that numerals 3 and 11 came here before, aren't you?
だからなんだ。
What of it?
安心せえ。うちには優秀なボディーガードがおっての。あやつらにわしの未練は知られてはおらん。
Worry not, I happen to have quite the reliable bodyguard, so they were unable to learn my own regrets.
氏名と死因は知られたかもしれんがの。
All they have are my name and cause of death.
なら無用な説明はいらないな。僕はお前の使命しか知らない。それ以外の情報を教えろ。
That's what I need then. The only information I have on you is your name, so hurry up and tell me the other two. He takes a threatening step towards Shigetsugu. The height difference between them is staggering. How intimidating to have someone of his stature look down at you from so close.
待ってください。私はすでに牛塚さんの情報を知っています。
Hang on, you may want to reconsider, since I've already gotten my hands on all of his information.
その意味がわかりますか？あなたはすでに同時指名のリスクを負っている。
I'm sure you don't need me to explain the risk involved when two people elect the same person.
僕の使命を君も知っているだろう。そして3番や11番の連中も知っているだろう。
My name is no secret to you, though. The same likely goes for numeral 3 and 11.
使命を軽んじるのは不本意だが、今となっては
How is
指名の優
everyone?
先権を得るために僕自身のカードを晒すことはためらわない。
As much as I appreciate the value of one's name, I take no issue in exposing it for the sake of earning the right to elect him.
私だってあなたに知られています。だったらもうためらう必要はないです。
That's funny. You happen to know my name as well. What makes you think I'd have an issue with exposing it in return?
君のその瞳が僕をざわつかせるんだ。
Those eyes, they stir feelings within me that I would rather forget. Feelings of Mon Demon.
僕も自身のカードを2枚晒すリスクは負えないな。だが君に未練を知られるのも今となっては危険かもしれない。
I can't risk having to reveal 2 of my own cards, but having my regret exposed to you here would also put me in a difficult position.
なるほど。この状況は力では解決できそうにない。
Perhaps brute force won't get me through this situation. I can hardly believe that I was able to talk him down. Maybe it's thanks to what he pulled at the hospital with Keiko. There's no way the police wouldn't have eyes on him after that. It makes sense if he's trying to tread carefully.
欲を出してはいけないな。僕の目的は君が言った通り3番と11番の情報だ。昨日の朝以降動きを見せていない。
I'll cut to the chase. Numerals 3 and 11 are my main concerns, yet they've made no moves after yesterday morning. What happened?
やっぱりあの人たちの動向が知りたかったんですね。
I figured that's what you're after.
言ったろ。わしの家にはボディーガードがおるとな。
As I said, I happen to have a skilled bodyguard.
だがこの家に貴様の未練への手がかりがあることはこれではっきりしたな。
That only proves the hint that your own regret sleeps within this place. I'm not sure how he managed to figure that out based on what Shigetsugu said. Which means I need to really watch what I say from here on out. I might have convinced him for now, but there's no guarantee things will keep going smoothly.
貴様が言うボディーガードとは誰のことだ？この家には子供が居候していたが、まさかな。
Care to tell me who the so-called bodyguard is? I can't see it being the child you've taken in, to say the least.
プロを雇う金もないだろう。まだ姿を見せない9番の男も結託しているのか。
I doubt you've the money to hire a professional either. Is numeral 9 complicit? He's the only one yet to show himself.
どうじゃかな。
Who knows?
その線はなさそうだな。貴様は一瞬、僕を見上げるよりも上を見た。9番の男の顔を思い出していたというところだろう。つまり、まだ現実世界で接触はしていなさそうだ。
Then again, you were unsure about who I was. That means you likely haven't encountered numeral 9.
お主、何者じゃ。
Just who in the world are you?
余計なことはいい。
That's irrelevant.
侮れないな。あんな少女が連中を撃退するとは。
I have to admit, I'm surprised that a little girl like her could fend those two off. I start to fret over just how much he can glean from the tiniest bit of information. Still, his statement proves that even he makes mistakes. Hearing him assume the wrong gender just as I did serves as a bit of relief.
あの子はの、3の男にしばらくは行動できないくらいの怪我を負わせたと言っておった。
Apparently, that's not his voice. Apparently, numeral 3 got beat up good. So good that he won't be moving for some time.
連中は協力しているみたいじゃから、11の女も数日は動けないじゃろうよ。
Numeral 11 seems to be in cahoots with him, so I doubt she'll go off on her own in the meantime.
悪いな。あんたの予想を裏切っちまってよ。
Sorry, old man. I don't exactly like to be the predictable type. Huh? Immediately after hearing that voice, I feel my body get sent flying toward the wall. Lucky for me, it's the wall where one of Shigetsugu's coats is hanging, so it cushions the impact for me. The culprit, numeral 11, she made her way in and knocked me aside straight away. They really make getting a lot of mileage out of this. Time to party. That's not her voice. Time to party.
貴様、いつから。
Were you here the whole time?
たった今だ。
I'm walking in. I just got here. Her sights are locked on Alan. Sure enough, he holds the upper hand based on physical build alone. Surely he holds the upper hand based on physical build alone. Doesn't stop her from kicking at him like a bunking bronco in the narrow hallway, though. I should call for help. I should, but I can't bring myself to move. I'm not like Alan. The fear I have towards her in the real world pales in comparison to how I feel now. This is someone who takes pleasure in harming others. It's entirely possible that she'll target me if I make even the slightest move or raise my voice. That terrifies me. I don't even have it in me to try and negotiate with her. Oh. He's got aura.
ほう、その体は伊達じゃねえか。
Guess those muscles ain't just for show. Alan is no slouch either. I'm not quite sure how to describe his fighting style. He keeps finding opportunities to strike back after dodging and parrying. Oh, he's also got the thing. I can tell how powerful each of her blows are based on the loud smacks heard when Alan blocks each one. Neither is able to score a direct hit on the other. And this long, narrow hallway doesn't allow them to move sideways, so they pressure one another without moving from their initial positions.
私はこのジジイの未練を探しに来たんだ。
I'm here to get the scoop on that geezer's regret.
僕も。
As am I.
なら協力するのも悪くないんじゃねえか。
Oh, that's not her voice either. Then let's hug it out and work together.
断る。
I refuse.
このジジイ、てめえの情報をどれか持ってるな。
Too bad. He must have some real dirt on you then. Excuse me. Letting your guard down now, even for a split second, could prove fatal. Even I know that much. But Alan seems to have done just that. She wastes no time in delivering a swift kick to his gut, causing him to back away. This might sound weird, but I'm rooting for him this time. I need him to win, for my own sake. Neither are my ally, but Alan was at least willing to talk. That makes him a safer bet than that woman. As much as it pains me, I'm praying that numeral 4 will come down to save us. That's how powerless I am in this situation. This situation! Alan takes another step back to create more distance between them, which effectively corners him.
そうでもなきゃ、てめえは会話に応じるやつじゃない気がするんだ。
You ain't the kind of guy to talk things out under normal circumstances. That's the impression I get anyway.
会話の内容はそうだ。そっちのガキがジジイを脱落させる情報を揃えそう。あるいはすでに揃っているってのはどうだ？
From what I can tell, the chick over there probably has all the info she needs to eliminate the geezer. Sound about right?
一番がジジイを指名する可能性がある以上、てめえがジジイの情報を知ったところで二重指名のリスクが残る。
Now you run the risk of electing him at the same time as her, even if you manage to get what you came for.
それでどうしようか考えていた。ま、そんなところだな。
I guess you were in the process of figuring out how to deal with your little pickle.
貴様は話しながら考えをまとめるタイプなんだな。
You seem like the type to reach conclusions through situational evidence.
そのおかげで貴様の仲間があの少女になすすべなく撃退されて以降、貴様は何の情報も得られていないことが分かった。
That also tells me that you haven't been able to gather any information since you and your partner were shooed away by that little girl.
どうやら過大評価していたようだよ。
Perhaps I overestimated you. Alan takes this opportunity to deliver a counterattack. He lands a solid hook against her shoulder, which causes her retreat back to her initial position.
なあ、あたしとてめえでこの家を仲良く探すって選択肢はないのか？
Man, you sure you don't want to buddy up with me?
ない。貴様と同時指名になり、優先権の争いになるリスクは変わらない。
I'd only put myself at risk for having to compete with you for the right to elect him, so no.
この家の住人たちを守るようで不本意ではあるが、貴様を追い返さないといけないようだ。
As much as I dislike anyone thinking I'd go out of my way to help these people, having you retreat is my best option now. She grins from ear to ear. Then I notice that Shigetsugu has managed to slink off during all this. Just as I start to wonder where he snuck off to, footsteps from the stairway give me my answer.
待て、隠れておればいい。
No, don't go down there. You should hide.
嫌だよ。おじいちゃんが危ないんでしょ。
No way. I can't hide when you're in danger. The footsteps belong to numero 4, who comes running down the stairs. He's likely just woken up, but he doesn't seem tired at all.
人が増えてる。
There's different people from before.
貴様、強いのだったな。手伝ってくれ。
You know how to fight, yes. Assist me.
あっちが敵で、こっちは敵じゃない。いいの？
So she's a baddie, and he's a buddy. Is that alright? He's not your buddy, pal. Shigetsugu reveals himself just long enough to nod in affirmation.
2対1か。楽しめそうだ。
2 against 1, huh? Now we're talking. Numero 11 shows no fear. Just as her words imply, the prospect of this fight has her thrilled. But just before they can act, the blaring of police sirens pierce the walls of the house. They are getting louder, closer.
残念だが潮時か。また戦おうぜ、アラン・スコーピオン。社長様。
Guess I gotta bounce. Till next time, Alan Scorpion, or Mr. CEO if you prefer.
やはり知られていたか。
So, she was aware. She burst out of the house immediately after, uninterested in hearing any replies. The sirens continue for a while afterwards, so I assume she manages to get away. I'm relieved that one problem has resolved itself, but I have to at least admire her ability to react and make snap judgments like she did.
近所の誰かが通報したのかの？
A neighbor must have called the police.
いえ、私が友達に頼んで通報してもらいました。
No, that was me. I texted a friend to call them.
なんじゃと？
Really?
言い訳はお願いします。
You can explain things to them. I couldn't bring myself to speak up, let alone move. Numeral 9 was wary of me. 9? Was wary of me the entire time, but her line of sight was focused on Alan. That's supposed to say 11. Oops. It gave me enough of a window to message Miharu. I gave her this address and asked her to call the police. It was a gamble, not knowing if she'd actually check her phone, but the cards were in my favor this time.
警察？おじいちゃん何にも悪いことしてないよ。
But why are the police here? Shigetsugu hasn't done anything wrong.
大丈夫。そうじゃなくても来る時があるの。ややこしくなるから、ちょっと隠れていよう。
Don't worry, sometimes they visit people even if they haven't been bad. We should hide so things don't get complicated though.
仕方ない。
Agreed. We pile into Shigetsugu's room just as the police park in front of the house. Why don't they just out him? Why don't they just get him locked up or something? Wouldn't that be like way easier? The three of us sit in silence. There's something surreal about me, numeral 4, and Alan all hiding in a room together like this. The fact that Alan agreed proves that I'm right. He's avoiding the police. I figured he was a monster before, but his fight with the numeral 11 made it all the more clear. His skills have nothing to do with him being a man or his massive build. I'm willing to bet that he could take on an armed officer and win, but even he doesn't want to turn the entire police force against him.
どうにかなったわい。
We're still on Thursday. I can't believe this. We're still on Thursday. Things sorted themselves out somehow. Shigetsugu comes along to rescue us from the suffocating silence.
なら、もういいな。
I'll be taking my leave then.
おや、これからこの子にカレーを温めてあげようと思ったところじゃが、いらんかね？
Oh, and here I was about to heat up some curry. Don't you want some?
わーい。起きたらお腹が空いてたから食べたかったんだ。
Yay! I've been hungry ever since I got up.
ちょっと。
Are you serious?
あんなことをされはしたが、わしらを助けてくれたんじゃ。まあ、作ったのはお主じゃが、構わんじゃろ。
Sure, he was a bit rough with me, but hey, he did help us out in the end. I'm sure you won't mind if he gets a taste of your curry.
あんなこと？
A bit rough?
よいよい。ほれ、待っておれ。
Never you mind. Here, take this. He removes the leftovers from the fridge and pours it all into a pot before Alan even gets the chance to answer.
クミン、カルダモン、ターメリック。悪くはないか。
Cumin, cardamom, turmeric. Not bad.
いただこう。
I will accept.
え？
What? He takes a seat at the table as expressionless as ever. As much as I want to flee right away, I'm a bit too concerned right
って
now.
ことは、12番のお兄さんは敵じゃない？
So numeral 12 isn't a baddie?
今はな。
Not for now.
あれ？でもお兄さんも選定の参加者なんだよね。
Really? But you're a participant too, aren't you?
ああ。
Indeed.
でも、どうしておじいちゃんを守ったの？
So why'd you protect Shigetsugu?
守ったわけではない。偶然、利害関係が一致しただけだ。
I didn't. Our interests just happened to align.
利害？
Interests?
ああ。
Indeed.
そっか。よくわかんないけど、敵じゃないならまあ、いっか。それより、お姉ちゃんのカレー、とっても美味しいんだよ。
I don't know what that means, but I don't care so long as you're not a baddie. What matters is that you're gonna love this curry. It's awesome.
そうか。
I see.
でね、でね。
Oh, and I start to panic as I listen to the painful exchange. The lack of emotion in Alan's face makes it impossible to tell when he'll explode over numeral 4 acting overly friendly.
貴様はどうしてあの老人と一緒にいる？
What would possess the old man to take in such a runt?
貴様？
A runt?
君のことだ。
I'm referring to you.
おじいちゃんがね、僕を拾ってくれたんだよ。僕、記憶喪失ってやつみたいだったから。
He found me on the street and decided to take me in because I have amnesia or something.
そうか。 3番の男を退かせたのも体に技術が身についていたというわけか。
I see. Your body must remember how to carry itself if you were able to fend off numeral 3 in such a condition.
それ話しちゃっていいんだ。
I don't think you should have said that. I'm surprised by how readily he divulges such critical info. Alan may not be his enemy for now, but there's no reason to go and tell him everything.
あなたは
アレンでいい。
Josh use Alan. I wasn't sure how to address him, but he wasted no time avoiding a fake name. He must be aware that I know his true name. I consider doing the same, but I'll leave it alone unless he asks.
アレンさんはこの後どうするつもりなんですか？
That's not her. I almost did the other voice. That's not her voice. What are you planning to do next, Samus Orion? Aran? Aran. I think we should leave that discussion for after we eat. Shigetsugu bets in as he brings the curry over. He only carries 2 plates, since neither him nor me will be having any. Alan nods in response to that proposition. When I think about it, Alan's from India. Knowing that someone from the land of curry is about to eat my rendition of it makes me a touch nervous.
It's so good.
これは
My gut sinks the moment he takes a bite. There's a huge contrast between the slow, disinterested way he eats in comparison to how numeral 4 wolfs his down. Wait, why am I nervous at all?
こんなところまで似ているとはな。
I never expected the similarities to go this far. When I notice he said something, my eyes meet his.
家族がかつて戯れに日本のカレールーを買ってきたことがあるだけだ。
My family once bought some curry roll from Japan out of curiosity.
奥さんとかですか？
Your family? Like your wife? He glares at me in response.
僕のことを探っているのか？
Is this how you fish for information?
否定はしませんけど、深い意味はありませんでした。
Maybe? I honestly didn't mean anything by it though.
そうか。もっとも、これは一般に知られている情報だが、僕は未婚だ。家族というのは配偶者の意味ではない。
I see. Well, it's public knowledge that I am not married. When I say family, I refer to a relative.
ごちそうさま。
Thanks for the food. The tension is dispersed thanks to that outburst. I'm so glad he has no idea how to read between the lines. I never expected Alan to talk
I'm
about family
hungry.
though. It's pretty normal for most people, but somehow I thought he was one of those rare sorts who had no attachment to them. That aside, I'll assume he didn't think the curry tasted bad since he didn't say anything about it.
スプーンを使うのはそんなに珍しいか？
Is it so odd for me to use a spoon?
いや、そんなことも思ってもなかったですけど。
No, of course not. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Thinking about it, I guess I always imagined people from India eating curry without utensils. I guess they only do that when eating it with naan. But since he's eating Japanese curry, I don't think about it until he brings it up. That look in his face as he asks, though. It's so meek, I can't help bursting out in laughter.
僕の国は日本では偏見を強く持たれているらしいな。
I see. Japan has a rather narrow-minded view of my home country.
いや、そうじゃなくって。
That's not what I'm laughing at. He seemed a little peeved, judging by the tone of his voice. My nerves, coupled with the fact that he always seemed impossible to read, make it all the harder to hold back my laughter. He eventually brushes me off. He hands numeral 4's plate and spoon to be taken to the sink. They're still going. Not long after, Shigetsugu makes tea for all 4 of us. Alan takes a whiff of the tea before switching his cup with Shigetsugu's before taking a sip. His face contorts immediately. I can't tell if it's an issue with Shigetsugu's so-called blend or Japanese tea in general, but he's more expressive than I expect. Meanwhile, numeral 4 is rolling his head around on the table out of boredom until Alan breaks the silence.
さて、重次。僕には少し発音がしづらい名前だが、それはいい。
Shigetsugu, I find your name somewhat difficult to pronounce, but regardless.
僕の目的はすでに分かっているな。
It goes without saying what I'm here for, doesn't it?
わしらの情報カードじゃろ。
You have your eye on our information, correct?
ああ。最終的にはここにいる全員を脱落させるが、そう欲張りはしない。
Indeed, my intent is to eliminate all of you here, but I'm willing to settle for less at the moment.
意外じゃの。わしらを脅迫してでも情報を集めると思ったがの。
Well, color me surprised. Here I was expecting you to threaten us all into giving what you wanted.
その少年は記憶喪失と言っていた。であれば、脅したところでカードは出てこないだろう。
The child mentioned having amnesia. Should that hold true, I see nothing coming from doing so.
そして君も同じだ。未だ手がかりがない。これは僕の勘ではあるが、まさか君も自分のカードを忘れているのではと思っている。
That applies to you too. I have no evidence, but my gut is telling me that you have no recollection of your cards either.
不確定にもかかわらず、強引な手段に出れば、長期的に見て不利になる。
I'd only be putting myself at a disadvantage by being rash. Amazing how he can say that after what he pulled with Keiko. And he thinks Numero 4 is a girl. It proves that even he makes mistakes. Shigetsugu said that Alan's actions seem desperate. I feel like that applies even more with what he did to Keiko. However, I'm surprised that not knowing the contents of my own cards could work out for me like this. As for Alan's comment, Numero 4 is the first to respond.
勝手なこと言わないでよ。それはおじいちゃんが脱落するってことじゃないか。
Hang on a minute. That means you want to eliminate Shigetsugu.
そんなことさせないよ。この人は今から敵。
I won't let that happen. You're a baddie from here on.
落ち着くんじゃ。わしが嫌じゃと言ったらどうするつもりじゃ。
Calm down. Pray tell, what do you plan on doing should I refuse to cooperate?
予想はついているだろう。ここまで来た以上、ただ引き返すことはできない。
You likely know the answer. I have no intention of leaving empty-handed.
やっぱり僕がこの人を。
I knew it. Let me at him.
わしはお主らが傷つくのを見たくはない。それにアレンと言ったか。お主はまずそこの娘を狙うじゃろ。
No, I don't want to see you two hurt one another. Besides, you would go after her first, wouldn't you, Alan?
でしょうね。
I don't doubt that. I'm ready to make my escape whenever necessary, but I doubt I could even reach the hall safely should Alan target me for real. I can negotiate with him thanks to the info I have on Shigetsugu, but right now I'd much rather maintain the status quo. Stick to the status quo.
わしの情報を教えよう。ただし条件がある。
I'm fine with revealing my information to you, but only on one condition.
聞かせろ。
Which would be...
わしが脱落するまでの間、この家を守ってほしいということじゃ。11の女性はわしの家を狙うじゃろうからの。
I want you to serve as our bodyguard until my elimination. Your job would be to keep this house safe, especially from numeral 11.
わしやこの子が傷つかんよう守ってほしいんじゃ。
In simpler terms, I ask that you protect both myself and this child.
僕があの女から貴様らを守ったとして、もう一つ懸念があるのはわかるな。
Let's assume I agree to these terms. How do you plan on dealing with the other issue? He cast his gaze over to me.
わかりました。アレンさんが牛塚さんの条件を飲むなら、私は牛塚さんの指名を行いません。
Fine, I'll refrain from electing him if you agree to go along with this.
ちょっと待ってよ。いらないよ。あの人が来ても僕がおじいちゃんを守るよ。
Why even bother? Shigetsugu doesn't need anyone but me to protect him. The kid's visibly flustered, but it's Alan who offers to respond.
まだわからないのか。
Are you that delusional?
何が？
What's that supposed to mean?
重次は君を傷つけたくないと言っているんだ。
Shigetsugu proposes this to avoid putting you in harm's way.
僕を
It's for me?
あなたにもわかるんですね。家族がいるからですか？
I'm not the only one who caught that, huh? You wouldn't happen to have family you're close to, would you?
その質問には答えない。
I will not qualify that with a response.
そうなの？おじいちゃん。
Is he right, Shigetsugu?
当然じゃ。
Of course he is.
お前は強いかもしれん。だが、わしはお前が怪我をするところは見たくない。
Strong as you are, that doesn't make it any less distressing to see you get hurt.
でも僕が勝てれば。
But if I beat him up, then...
思い上がらない方がいい。僕が君と本気で戦うとなれば手加減はしない。
Don't overestimate yourself. You may be a child, but I would hold nothing back if I fought you.
無傷で済むとはわしには思えん。
The chances of something happening to you are just too high. It's clear that Shigetsugu sees him as family. There's a direct parallel to what he's saying now and Keiko's actions when Alan took her son hostage. Alan's face is as expressionless as ever, so I can't tell if he created the situation on purpose or if it's mere coincidence.
おじいちゃん。
Shigetsugu.
僕がおじいちゃんの敵をやっつけるから喜んでくれると思ったのに。
I figured you'd be happy if I took down all the baddies for you.
おじいちゃんがこの人たちのカードを集めれば守れるんじゃないの？
If you really want to protect me, then why don't you take all their cards?
同じことじゃ。彼らから情報を引き出すのは容易ではない。
For the same reason, I don't want you fighting others. It's not as simple as you think.
悪いが家族ごっこは後でやってくれ。一つ目の条件は飲もう。ただし選定の日までどこかの部屋を提供してもらう。
Save this argument for later. I'm willing to accept your first condition, but only if you provide a room for me to stay in. He clarifies his reasoning after seeing Shigetsugu's surprise.
僕としてもこの国で自由に動けない。数日でも滞在先ができるのは悪い条件ではない。
I haven't the luxury of doing as I please here, so being provided with somewhere to stay for a few days in exchange isn't a bad deal.
いいじゃろ。ただし、二つ目の条件も飲んでこそじゃぞ。
Very well. Of course, I'll need you to accept my second condition as well.
分かっている。
I'm fair.
いい。
Whatever. Numero 4 stands up mid-conversation, almost in a deliberate attempt to
もう
interrupt
いい
him.
よ。
I don't care anymore.
ちょっと。
Hey! He leaves the room immediately. Alan doesn't seem phased, but the same can't be said about Shigetsugu.
すまんが、少し待っていてくれ。
Pardon me. Could you give us a moment? There's no reason to worry about his safety in the streets at night, but it's entirely possible he could start something with the police if they approach him. Leaving Alan here by himself is too risky, though. It's pretty scary to sit here all alone with him, but I stay behind regardless.
やれやれだ。
Good grief.
あなたのこと勘違いしていました。もっと常識がない人だと。
I have to admit, you struck me as a far less reasonable person. Looks like I might have misjudged you.
そうか。
I see. Perhaps buying time through conversation isn't my best idea, since I'm no good at it, and he makes it a point to say as little as possible. 10 minutes pass, and not a single word is exchanged. Alan sits, silent. The only action of note is when he blinks. I thought I'd be okay, but it's starting to get to me.
リンカ、君は
Rinka, I have a question for you.
はい。
Yes? He's so abrupt that I struggle not to jump out of my skin.
生きたいのか？君の行動は生きたい人間の行動には見えない。
What exactly is your goal here? Your actions don't strike me as someone who wants to live through this ordeal. I can't say he's wrong. I never even stopped going to school after Divine Selection. Not like he knows that. He's likely basing his claim off the way I've involved myself with other participants. In all honesty, I'm not even sure how I ended up in this situation myself. But what I do know is that it's all been due to my own judgment. As often as I've questioned how much my life is worth, I've never once resigned to the idea that I'm fine with being eliminated. When I put all that together, it's easy to answer his question.
私は生きたいです。
I want to live. I want to make it through this.
あなたには非効率的に見えるかもしれないですけれど、これが私の生き方なんです。きっと。
My actions may seem roundabout from your point of view, but this is just me staying true to who I am. I'm sure of it. These may be extraordinary circumstances, but I'm not built to adapt to them. Average is all I know. I'm easily influenced and prone to sticking my nose into what I shouldn't. That's me. That's what defines Shishimai Rinka.
愚問だったようだ。
I shouldn't have bothered to ask.
病院で君の瞳を見たとき、僕はとっくにそのことに気づいていた。
The look in your eyes at the hospital told me all I needed. Maybe it's my imagination, but I think I see him throw a faint smile as he says that.
リンカの生き方がどこまで通用するのか、見させてもらおう。
In that case, I look forward to seeing how far that mindset can take you.
どちらにせよ、君自身が忘れているなら、問い詰めても君の情報は引き出せなさそうだ。
For now, there's little point in pressing you for information that you have no memory of.
どこでそれを
Who told you that?
君は選定のルールを忘れていたな。自身のカードを忘れていても不思議ではない。死因や未練を自覚していないからこそ、身をさらして行動できるのだろう。
It's logical to assume that you forgot the contents of your own cards along with the rules of divine selection. Perhaps not knowing your cause of death or regrets makes it easier for you to act the way you do.
もっとも、それはあの少年も同じではあるな。ああいった手合いは他の参加者を脱落させてカードを得るほかないだろう。
The same goes for that child. Participants like that have little choice but to focus on eliminating others in order to learn about themselves. It really was obvious that I'd forgotten everything about divine selection during my first visit to the Court of Fate, especially after my discussion with Miharu and needing Parka to explain things over to me from scratch. Had he taken the possibility that I'd forgotten my cards into consideration ever since?
アランさんはあの子の情報を得るために牛塚さんの条件を飲んだんですか？
Did you agree to Shigetsugu's terms in the hopes of finding out more about the kid?
その意図はなかったな。だがなるほど。ここにいれば何か手がかりが得られるのだな。
I didn't, but now that you mention it, that does make for a decent plan.
あの無防備な少年だ。何かの拍子に話してもおかしくはないか。記憶喪失というが、例えば夢というのは深層心理が呼び起こされる場合もあるから。寝言などか。
That one seems the type to reveal important information when one least expects it, perhaps via a sleep. Considering the amnesia, dreams can serve as a bridge to the memories buried deep within the psyche.
さすがにそれは都合が良すぎるか。しかし、なるほど。君の言う通りだな。
That may be a bit too convenient, but your point still stands. Cutting the conversation off here seems wise. The last thing I want is for him to somehow extract information from Miharu about me. She set it up so everyone thinks we had a falling out, but at this rate, I might end up spilling the beans on that and more. Setting that aside, I'm surprised he agreed to Shigetsugu's terms so quick. Assuming what he said is true, then it isn't just because he sees value in doing so. There's more to it. He let his emotions take the wheel, from what I can tell. Not like I'll ever say that to his face.
ようやく戻るか。
They took their time getting back. Huh?
足音が聞こえた。玄関まで行ってやればいい。心配するな。僕はここでじっとしている。約束を保護にされても構わん。
Footsteps from the entrance. Feel free to check if you want. I have no intention of breaking my promise, so I'll stay here. He's right. I hear noises coming from the entrance. I make my way over to welcome them back. 5 or so minutes after we began the search, Shigetsugu found the person he was looking for on his way back home.
ここにおったか、You.
So this is where... that's not his... So this is where you went, you.
どこかへ行こうとしたけど、僕は記憶がないから、他に行く場所なんてなかった。
It's hard to run away when you don't have any memories of other places to go. Shigetsugu referred to numeral 4 as you, but that wasn't his real name. It was a name Shigetsugu gave the boy upon their first encounter.
おじいちゃんは僕のこと嫌いになったの？
Do you hate me now?
そんなわけなかろ
Of course not.
ならどうしておじいちゃんが脱落死んじゃうようなことを言うの？
Why are you okay with getting eliminated? You'll know you'll die, right?
おじいちゃんが死んだら僕は一人になっちゃう。
You know I'll be all alone, right?
本当の家族じゃないから。
Is it because we're not a real family?
本当の家族が無条件に一緒にいるとも限らんよ
Even real families aren't guaranteed to stay together. Forever, I'm afraid. He cast a solemn gaze up to the night sky as he spoke. Having lost his wife far too soon, Shigetsugu spent his days battling loneliness. Meanwhile, his son got married soon after graduating college and getting hired into a financing company. Shigetsugu got along with his daughter-in-law at first, but things changed when she became pregnant. Perhaps it was more accurate to say Shigetsugu changed. Knowing a baby was on the way, both made the decision to move out. Shigetsugu's son was gradually moving up the corporate ladder, so it felt like the right time to go. And that was when Shigetsugu's battle with loneliness reached its zenith. The stress it caused him led to outbursts of violence. His attitude took a drastic turn, and he became stubborn over the most minor of things. He complained about his daughter-in-law's cooking for no reason. His actions eventually led to their hastened departure from Shigetsugu's home. The loneliness and self-hatred that followed changed him even more. They did get back in touch years later, but nothing ever came of it. Shigetsugu's issues eventually led him to gambling, which he used as a means to distract himself. This, in turn, led to him racking up more and more debt to the point that it almost affected his son's family. It was then that they cut all ties with them. Years later, he visited their home, only to find no one was living there. They had just up and vanished. Perhaps they thought the exact same about Shigetsugu, considering how little contact he made with the outside world.
そうだったね。おじいちゃ
Oh,
んが
I like
話
there's
してく
just
れ
a huge exposition dump. Oh, right. You told me about what happened.
悪いのはわしじゃじゃがお主はそれを知ってもわしと一緒にいてくれた
That was all on me in the end, but you opted to stay with me even after hearing my story.
他
My
に行く
maple
場所がない
story.
からなどという利害関係だけでないことはよくわかっておる
You may have had nowhere else to go, but it's clear that you weren't hoping to use me for your own interests.
利害よくわからないけどお馬さんを見たりボートも見たりした。
I like going to see the horses and boats and all that stuff too.
何より一人ぼっちの僕を助けてくれた。
We're still going. We're still going. But the biggest reason is that you gave me somewhere to— I'm really tempted to just turn off the voices. Just being here helps me keep my mind off my own amnesia. Over a month has passed since Divine Selection began. Both Shigetsugu and you have spent the majority of that time together. To others, their relationship may be fundamentally flawed. To Shigetsugu, however, their relationship was that of a true family. You know what? No, I don't want to. But I really am tempted to.
わしはお前を家族だと思っておる
No matter what others may think, you're family to me.
僕もそうだよ。おじいちゃんは僕の唯一の家族だ。
Same here. You're my one and only family. There was no preface to his statement. For you, the present took precedence over his lost memories. His words were proof of that.
じゃがわしは死ぬ
But it doesn't change the reality that I will die, though.
お前たち若い連中は運命のいたずらのようなもので本来の寿命よりも随分早くに命を落としてしまったんじゃろうがわしは違う
You youngins may have had your lives cut short by one of fate's pranks, but that isn't true for me.
あの日腰を痛めなかったとしてももう追い先は長くなかったんじゃ
Even if my back hadn't given out that day, I didn't have much time left.
わしの願いはできるだけ長くお前と過ごすことじゃった
That's why the only thing I desired was to spend as much time with you as possible.
ささやかな願いじゃっただからこそ必死に生きようとする者たちに拒まれたんじゃ
It's a simple desire, but one that can't compete with that of the younger people, giving it all there to survive.
わからないよ。難しくって。僕
I
にはおじいちゃんが言っていることがわからない。
don't know what you mean, Shigetsugu. This stuff is too complicated for me.
ユウ、これからの生き方はお前が決めるんじゃ。
What I'm saying
Incoming
is
ad
that
break.
it's up to you to decide how to live your life from here on.
僕が
It's up to me?
ああ、生きたいと思うんじゃったら選定を勝ち残るんじゃ。
Indeed. If you have even the slightest desire to live, then do everything you can to make it through divine selection.
思わない。そう思えないんじゃったらわしは止めはせん。
If you lack that desire, then I won't stop you.
決められないよ。僕はそんなもの。
You can't make me choose like that.
決めねばならんのじゃ。わしは数日後にはもう死んだことになっているんじゃからな。
I'm afraid you have no choice. My elimination is a matter of days away.
嫌だ。嫌だよ。おじいちゃん。
I don't wanna lose you. Yu was growing more upset as the conversation carried on. Shigetsugu, on the other hand, remained calm as ever.
お前にユウという名前を与えたのはわしの過ちじゃったかもしれん。
Naming you may have been a mistake when I think about it.
記憶喪失じゃからか知らんが、まさかその名前でカードが作られるとは思わんかった。
I'm not sure if your amnesia had any effect on the outcome, but I never expected a card to form from my doing so.
お前は自身のカードを忘れていることが強みじゃったが、それを一つ奪ってしまったからの。
Not knowing the contents of your own cards was your greatest asset, and yet my actions ruined it.
そんなことない。おじいちゃんが名前をつけてくれて僕は嬉しかった。だって自分の名前もわからなかったんだもん。
No, they didn't. They made me happy. You gave me a name when I couldn't remember my own.
それは嬉しい。
Okay, you know what?
無理に生きろなどとは。
Okay.
わしもユウに大切。
僕がダメ
じゃったら。
I'm hungry.
Okay.
すま
構わない。
Yeah, blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah.
君ももっともそれはこっちの少年がね。
バイバイ。
うん。そんな牛塚さんが脱落したら
盗み。
わざとです。
そうじゃ。ユウという響き。ユウ。
私の推測ではありますが。
なるほど。現金で100万ほど用意してある。選定が終わあの子が選定の後どうするかはわしがか選定が始まってからわしが貯金なんぞ全部使い切ったし、口座も後のことを構わず家探しをした。
通りで。
というじゃあ
They keep talking. Wow. That was a hard cut. It's June already. Wow. She gets ready and heads to school. Okay, you know what? No, we're not doing anymore. I can't. They just don't stop. I can't. This is it. We're stopping. This is the end. As much as I want to get to Divine Selection and see what happens, we're not. I can't. I can't do this. We're no. Gone. Done. Done. It's gone. The stream is... The game is closed. It's over. It's done. Tomorrow, I might not do anything special, but we will have the, um, the bread and butter. And I'm gonna try really hard to push for like some real hard like gear progression. Raya's been making a lot of progress with the storage system, and I might work a little bit on um the foundry, but I think getting the zombie spawner set up and then just like going to town with the skeleton spawner, I think is definitely the way. The best part too is I'm gonna see what the increase in, like, if we can increase the thing, because we don't actually have to make the kill chamber lower down. We can actually just extend the height of um the lift. Although theoretically it's easier to just make the part they fall down to in the longer, since I just have to dig down versus having to raise that whole little tube section. But it should be okay. But anyway, I might do something, probably won't. I want to get a bunch of VODs done, but I might do something. But we'll still have Minecraft. But anyway, thank you all for watching. And I really wanted to get through all of week 5, like finish week 5, but it just kept going and I just could not. And we're finally at a good stopping point at a new day, so we just had to call it there. I don't know. Fatal 12. I'm really excited to always do it, but then I don't know. It just sometimes it feels like it goes on and on and on and on, and I just don't know. But anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Oh, I can't hear anything. Oops, that's kind of awkward. I know it's playing, but I can't hear it.